Hello everyone, welcome to the Mysterious Stories channel, where you'll discover the most mysterious, scary, and fascinating stories. Make sure to turn up the volume and get ready for a spine-chilling experience you won't forget. The Central Highlands of Vietnam had always been a place of untamed wilderness, where ancient forests whispered secrets to the wind and the mountains loomed like silent sentinels. During the war, this unforgiving terrain became a crucial battleground. The dense jungle, with its thick canopy that allowed little sunlight to pierce through, was both a sanctuary and a death trap. American soldiers had long since learned to fear the jungle, not just for the Viet Cong that hid within it, but for something darker, something that seemed to prey on the minds of men, gnawing at their sanity. In late 1968, the war had taken a dark turn. Casualties were mounting, and the psychological toll on the soldiers was immense. The Tet Offensive had shaken the American forces to their core, and the realization that the enemy could strike anywhere, at any time, had left the troops on edge. Fear and paranoia were constant companions in the dense jungles of Vietnam, where every rustle of leaves could be a sniper, and every shadow could conceal an enemy ambush. Yet, there were stories, whispers among the ranks of encounters that defied explanation. Men spoke in hushed tones of patrols that vanished without a trace, of ghostly apparitions seen in the mist, and of the jungle itself seeming to come alive with malevolent intent. On the morning of June 28, 1969, in a base camp deep within the Central Highlands, Sergeant John Jackson received new orders. The briefing was held in a small, dimly lit tent that served as the operations center. The air was thick with humidity, making it hard to breathe, and the acrid smell of sweat and cigarettes hung heavy. The men were gathered around a battered map spread out on a table, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of a single overhead bulb. Lieutenant Harris, a grizzled veteran with a permanent scowl etched into his weathered face, stood at the head of the table, his eyes scanning the faces of the men before him. "Listen up," he growled, his voice rough from years of chain smoking. "We've got intel on a major supply route being used by the Viet Cong. Our mission is to intercept and ambush any enemy convoys moving through this sector." He tapped a finger on the map, indicating a remote area of the jungle, far from any established trails. "This is no cakewalk. The area is deep in the jungle, thick canopy, treacherous terrain, and God knows what else. It's the perfect place for an ambush, but it's also the perfect place to get lost or worse. The locals don't even go there. They say it's cursed." Jackson exchanged uneasy glances with his squad. The mention of a cursed jungle was enough to unsettle even the most seasoned soldiers. But orders were orders, and Jackson was not one to question them. The target date for deployment was July 3rd, giving them 5 days to prepare. The tension in the room was palpable as the men absorbed the gravity of the mission. There was no room for error. The jungle was unforgiving, and any mistake could be fatal. The next few days were spent in a flurry of activity. The men of Jackson's squad, Private Thompson, Corporal Miller, Specialist Davis, and the newest addition, Private First Class O'Leary, busied themselves with preparations. Weapons were cleaned and checked repeatedly. Maps were studied until the routes were memorized, and each man mentally prepared himself for the ordeal ahead. The nights before the mission were restless. Jackson found himself lying awake in his bunk, listening to the distant sounds of the jungle, the chirping of insects, the calls of nocturnal animals, and the occasional rumble of artillery fire far off in the distance. His thoughts drifted to the stories he had heard, the ones whispered around campfires late at night. Stories of entire patrols disappearing, of men driven mad by what they had seen nor thought they had seen in the jungle. One night, as the men gathered around a small fire outside their tent, O'Leary, the youngest and most inexperienced member of the squad, asked a question that had been on everyone's mind. "Sarge, you ever hear of the Phantom Squad?" His voice was low, almost hesitant, as if he feared the answer. Jackson looked up from his map, his face illuminated by the flickering flames. The others fell silent, their attention now focused on their sergeant. "Yeah, I've heard the stories," Jackson replied, his voice steady but with an edge of unease. "Supposedly, they were a recon team sent out a few months back. Went into a part of the jungle no one's ever mapped. They never came back." "What happened to them?" Thompson asked, leaning forward, his expression one of both curiosity and fear. "Official report says they were ambushed by the VC," but Jackson hesitated, glancing around at the shadows that danced at the edge of the firelight. "Some say they weren't killed by the enemy. They say the jungle took them." The words hung in the air like a heavy mist. The men exchanged nervous glances, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the night sky, but the warmth did little to dispel the chill that had settled over them. On the morning of July 3, 1969, the squad departed. The sun had barely risen, casting long shadows over the base as they shouldered their packs and set off. The jungle was already alive with the sounds of the day birds calling, insects buzzing, and the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. But the men moved in silence, their faces grim and focused. The weight of their mission, and the stories they had heard, hung over them like a dark cloud. The first few hours of the march were uneventful. The jungle was dense, the undergrowth thick and tangled, making progress slow and arduous. The heat was oppressive, the humidity clinging to their skin like a second layer of clothing. Every step was a struggle, the ground uneven and treacherous. Jackson led the way, his eyes scanning the terrain for any signs of danger. Behind him, Thompson, Miller, Davis, and O'Leary followed, their weapons at the ready. As the day wore on, the jungle seemed to close in around them. The canopy above grew thicker, blocking out the sunlight and casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The air grew cooler, but the oppressive atmosphere remained. The further they went, the more isolated they felt, as if they were the only living beings in a world that had been forgotten by time. By late afternoon, the squad reached a small clearing, where they decided to take a short break. The men sat in silence, their eyes scanning the jungle around them, alert for any signs of movement. O'Leary took a sip from his canteen, his hand trembling slightly. "This place, it doesn't feel right," he muttered, his voice barely audible. Jackson nodded in agreement, though he said nothing. The jungle had a way of playing tricks on the mind, of making even the most rational man question what he saw and heard. The shadows seemed to move of their own accord, twisting and bending in unnatural ways. The sounds of the jungle, once a comforting backdrop, now seemed alien, filled with an eerie dissonance that set their nerves on edge. As night began to fall, the squad reached their designated ambush site, narrow pass flanked by steep hills, covered in dense underbrush. The location was ideal, offering both cover and a clear line of sight for the ambush. The men quickly set up their positions, checking their weapons and laying in wait for the enemy convoy. The tension was palpable as they settled in, the darkness of the jungle pressing in around them. Jackson glanced at his watch. It was just after 2,100 hours. The convoy was expected to pass through the area within the next few hours. The men knew they had to remain silent, still, and focused. But, as the minutes ticked by, the oppressive silence of the jungle began to weigh on them. The usual sounds of the night, the chirping of insects, the rustle of leaves were conspicuously absent, replaced by unnerving stillness. The darkness seemed to grow thicker, as if the night itself was closing in around them. The air was cold now, far colder than it should have been in the humid jungle. Jackson could see the tension in his men, the way they gripped their weapons just a little tighter, their eyes darting to every shadow. The minutes dragged on, each one feeling like an eternity. The jungle was now completely silent, an unnatural stillness that only served to heighten their anxiety. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Jackson saw movement. He turned, his heart pounding, but saw nothing. Just the darkness, impenetrable and suffocating. "Stay sharp," he whispered to his men, his voice barely audible. "Something's not right." Hours passed, and the convoy had yet to arrive. The men remained in their positions, but the tension was becoming unbearable. The silence of the jungle was oppressive, the darkness absolute. Jackson's mind was racing, trying to make sense of the situation. They had followed the intel to the letter, chosen the perfect spot for the ambush. So, why hadn't the convoy come through? Suddenly, a faint rustling sound broke the silence. Jackson tensed, his grip tightening on his rifle. The sound was coming from the jungle behind them. He turned slowly, his eyes scanning the darkness. "Did you hear that?" He whispered to Miller, who was closest to him. Miller nodded, his eyes wide with fear. "Yeah, I heard it." The rustling grew louder, closer. Jackson felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. "Stay calm," he ordered, trying to keep his voice steady. It could be an animal. But deep down, he knew it wasn't. The sound was too deliberate, too purposeful. It was as if something was moving through the jungle, circling them. O'Leary, who was positioned on the far side of the clearing, suddenly let out a low gasp. "Sarge, over there," he whispered urgently, pointing towards the darkness. Jackson turned, his heart pounding in his chest. At first, he saw nothing, just the shadows of the jungle, shifting and moving in the darkness. But then, he saw a figure, barely visible, standing just at the edge of the clearing. It was humanoid, but something was off. The proportions were wrong, the limbs too long, the head too large. The figure didn't move, just stood there, watching them. Jackson felt a chill run down his spine. "What the hell is that?" Thompson whispered, his voice trembling. Jackson didn't answer. He couldn't take his eyes off the figure. It was almost as if it was waiting for something. He raised his rifle, aiming at the figure, but something in his gut told him not to pull the trigger. The figure made no move, no sound. It simply stood there, an unsettling presence in the darkness. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. Jackson blinked, his heart racing. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice shaky. The others nodded, their faces pale. "What the hell was that thing?" Davis asked, his voice barely a whisper. Jackson shook his head, trying to make sense of what he had just seen. "I don't know, but we need to stay focused. Keep your eyes peeled." The encounter had rattled them, but they couldn't afford to lose their nerve. The jungle was playing tricks on them, that much was clear. But they couldn't let fear get the best of them. They were soldiers, trained to handle any situation. But deep down, Jackson knew that this was something beyond their training, something they couldn't explain. As the night wore on, the jungle seemed to come alive with a malevolent presence. The rustling sounds grew more frequent, more deliberate, as if something was moving through the underbrush, watching them, stalking them. The men were on edge, their nerves frayed. Every sound, every shadow, sent a jolt of fear through them. Then, the whispers started. At first, Jackson thought it was just the wind, carrying the sounds of the jungle through the trees. But the whispers grew louder, more distinct. They were voices faint, disembodied, echoing through the darkness. The words were indistinct, but the tone was unmistakable, taunting, mocking. "Do you hear that?" Miller asked, his voice trembling. Jackson nodded, his grip tightening on his rifle. "Yeah, I hear it." The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They seemed to be coming from all around them, echoing through the trees, the underbrush, the very air they breathed. Jackson felt a cold dread settle over him. The jungle was alive with voices, with the spirits of the dead, and they were not welcome here. The men huddled together, their backs to each other, trying to ward off the encroaching darkness. The whispers grew louder still, filling their minds with dread. Jackson could feel the fear gnawing at him, eroding his sanity. The jungle was alive, malevolent, and it was closing in on them. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, like the sound of a tree falling. The ground shook beneath them, sending a wave of panic through the squad. Jackson spun around, his rifle at the ready, but saw nothing. Just the darkness, impenetrable and suffocating. "What the hell was that?" Thompson asked, his voice filled with fear. "I don't know, but we need to stay together," Jackson replied, his voice steady despite the terror he felt. Keep your eyes open. Whatever's out there, we need to be ready for it. The night dragged on, the whispers and rustling sounds growing louder, more insistent. The darkness seemed to press in on them, suffocating, oppressive. Jackson could feel his sanity slipping away, the fear gnawing at his mind. The jungle was alive, and it was coming for them. As the hours passed, the men grew more and more desperate. They were trapped, surrounded by an unseen enemy that seemed to be toying with them, driving them to the brink of madness. The whispers grew louder still, filling their minds with terror. The rustling sounds grew closer, more deliberate, as if something was moving through the jungle, circling them, stalking them. Finally, as the first light of dawn began to filter through the canopy, the whispers and rustling sounds ceased. The jungle fell silent once more, as if the darkness had retreated with the coming of the day. But the damage had been done. The men were exhausted, their nerves frayed, their minds teetering on the brink of madness. As the sun rose over the jungle, casting long shadows over the clearing, Jackson and his men finally allowed themselves to relax, if only for a moment. The night had been a nightmare, filled with terror and dread. But now, in the light of day, they could finally catch their breath. The men sat in silence, their faces pale, their eyes haunted. They had survived the night, but at what cost? The jungle had taken something from them, something intangible, but real nonetheless. Jackson glanced around at his men, seeing the toll the night had taken on them. Thompson was trembling, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Miller stared blankly ahead, his eyes glazed over, as if in a trance. Davis was muttering to himself, his words incoherent. O'Leary was the worst off, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. He was clutching his rifle so tightly his knuckles were white, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. "We need to get out of here," Jackson said, his voice steady despite the fear he felt. "This place, it's not right. We need to get back to base. Regroup." The others nodded in agreement, their faces pale and drawn. The night had been a waking nightmare, and none of them wanted to stay in this cursed jungle any longer than necessary. Jackson led the way, his eyes scanning the jungle around them, alert for any signs of danger. The daylight brought little comfort. The jungle was still dense, still oppressive, still filled with an unnerving silence. The shadows seemed to stretch out towards them, as if reaching for them, trying to pull them back into the darkness. As they made their way back to base, the men were on edge, their nerves frayed. Every sound, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt of fear through them. The jungle was alive, and it was still watching them. The squad finally emerged from the jungle, battered and broken, their minds haunted by the events of that fateful night. They had survived, but they would never be the same. The jungle had taken something from them, something they could never get back. Back at base, Jackson filed his report, detailing the mission, the ambush that never happened, and the inexplicable events that had unfolded in the jungle. But he knew that no one would believe him. The official story would be that the squad had encountered enemy forces and been forced to retreat. But Jackson knew the truth: the jungle was alive, and it had come for them. As the months passed, the squad was gradually reassigned, dispersed to different units. The events of that night were never spoken of again, but they remained etched in the minds of those who had experienced it. The jungle had a way of getting under your skin, of staying with you long after you had left it behind. For Jackson, the memories of that night would haunt him for the rest of his life. The whispers, the rustling sounds, the figure in the darkness, they were all burned into his mind, a reminder of the terror he had faced in the depths of the jungle. The war would eventually come to an end, but for Jackson and his men, the battle was far from over. The jungle had taken something from them, something they could never get back. And as long as they lived, they would never forget the haunting shadows of Vietnam. Into the heart of darkness. In the final years of the Vietnam War, a highly trained special operations unit known as the Black Shadows is given a mission unlike any other. Tasked with patrolling a remote and uncharted region deep within the Vietnamese jungle, They are to gather intelligence on enemy movements, destroy supply routes, and, if possible, capture high-value targets. But this mission is different. The region they're entering is known among the locals as the Vale of Shadows, a place whispered to be cursed, where entire battalions have disappeared without a trace. The Black Shadows, composed of elite soldiers who have seen and survived the worst the war has to offer, are not easily spooked. They've faced death head-on countless times, operating in the most dangerous conditions. But as they venture deeper into the jungle, they begin to realize that this mission will test them in ways they could never have imagined. The unit, led by Captain John Reaper Larson, is inserted by helicopter into the heart of the jungle. As they touch down, the overwhelming sense of isolation hits them. There are no roads, no trails, only the impenetrable green of the jungle. Even the birds and insects seem eerily quiet, as if the jungle itself is holding its breath. The men move with the precision and silence of shadows, their senses honed by years of combat. But despite their training, they can't shake the feeling that they're being watched. The dense foliage seems to close in around them, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. Every step they take feels heavier, the air thick with humidity and something else, an almost palpable sense of dread. As night falls, they make camp, setting up a perimeter and taking turns on watch. The jungle comes alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, but it's the sounds they can't identify that unsettle them, the distant, rhythmic drumming that seems to echo through the trees, and the occasional low, guttural growl that reverberates in their chests. The deeper they move into the jungle, the more disorienting it becomes. Their compasses spin wildly, and the maps they were given seem useless. It's as if the jungle is alive, constantly shifting, leading them deeper into its heart with no way out. The tension among the men begins to build. Corporal Stevens, usually calm and composed, starts to fray at the edges, muttering to himself about shadows that seem to move just out of sight. On the third day, they stumble upon the remnants of an old French outpost, long since abandoned and overgrown. The structures are crumbling, consumed by the jungle, but the eerie atmosphere remains. As they explore the ruins, they find evidence of a last stand, rusting weapons, skeletal remains, and walls stained with ancient blood. It's clear that whatever happened here wasn't a simple battle. It was a massacre. That night, the first of the men goes missing. Private Wilson, one of the younger members of the unit, fails to return from his watch. His gear is left behind, untouched, and there are no signs of a struggle. It's as if he simply vanished. The remaining soldiers search frantically, but Wilson is gone. The whispers among the men grow louder, talk of curses, ghosts, and the spirits of the dead who roam the jungle, seeking vengeance. As they press on, the jungle seems to close in tighter around them. The once clear-cut mission parameters blur, replaced by a desperate struggle for survival. The men begin to see things in the shadows, figures watching them from the trees, faces emerging from the foliage, and spectral apparitions that vanish the moment they try to focus on them. Their nights are plagued by nightmares, vivid, horrifying visions of battles long past, of soldiers being ripped apart by unseen forces, of their own deaths played out in gruesome detail. When they wake, it's not to the safety of their camp, but to find themselves in different locations than where they laid down, surrounded by footprints that aren't their own. The men's mental state begins to deteriorate rapidly. Sergeant O'Connor, the toughest of them all, begins to crack. He claims to hear voices calling his name, whispering secrets about the war, about things that no one else should know. His paranoia grows until he refuses to sleep, his eyes wide with terror as he watches the jungle, waiting for something to emerge. On the sixth day, they reach the center of the cursed region, a clearing with an ancient temple, half buried and overgrown. The temple is not marked on any map, and its presence here is a mystery. The men are drawn to it, despite the overwhelming sense of dread that permeates the air. As they enter the temple, they find it filled with relic skulls, ancient weapons, and strange symbols carved into the stone walls. The air inside is thick and suffocating, and the temperature drops rapidly. The soldiers' breath fogs in front of them, and their radios crackle with static, picking up strange, distorted voices speaking in languages none of them understand. The men are on edge, their nerves frayed to the breaking point. In the depths of the temple, they discover a chamber filled with the remains of what appears to be soldiers, both French and Vietnamese, who have died horribly, their bodies contorted in agony. It's clear that they were trapped here, victims of something far beyond the understanding of the modern world. As they attempt to leave, they find the jungle has closed in around them. The path they took to the temple is gone, replaced by a wall of impenetrable foliage. Panic sets in, and they try to hack their way through, but the jungle fights back. Vines wrap around their legs, pulling them down, and the shadows seem to come alive, reaching out to claim them. One by one, the men are picked off by the jungle, dragged into the darkness by unseen forces. Captain Larson fights to keep his remaining men together, but they are hopelessly outmatched. In the end, only Larson remains, his mind fractured by the horrors he has witnessed. In the final moments, as the jungle closes in around him, Larson realizes the truth: the jungle is not just alive, but sentient. It feeds on the fear and suffering of those who enter it, drawing them in, consuming their souls, and adding them to its legion of the damned. With a final, desperate cry, Larson is pulled into the darkness, his fate sealed. The Black Shadows, once the most feared and respected unit in the military, are never heard from again. Their disappearance becomes just another mystery of the Vietnam War, a story whispered among soldiers, a warning to never venture into the heart of darkness. The year was 1970. Deep into the thick of the Vietnam War, in a remote outpost surrounded by dense jungle, a squad of 12 soldiers was preparing for a critical reconnaissance mission. Their task, to map out and secure 3 key observation points deep in enemy territory. Captain James Jim Reynolds, a seasoned leader in his mid-30s with a hardened face, gathered his men in a dimly lit tent. The air was thick with tension, and the oppressive heat of the jungle only added to the unease. Around the wooden table, the faces of his men were lit only by the flickering light of a lone lantern. "All right, listen up," Captain Reynolds began, his voice firm but low. "We've got orders to move out at 5 a.m. Our mission is to scout 3 observation points marked here, and here on the map." He pointed to the marked spots on the worn-out map laid out before them. "We need to confirm enemy activity, identify safe routes, and gather intel for the big push coming in a few weeks." The soldiers leaned in closer, their expressions a mix of determination and dread. Sergeant Paul "Rocky" Rockwell, a tough and reliable second-in-command, added, "We've got reports of enemy patrols and traps in the area. Stay sharp. No unnecessary risks. We move quietly, observe, and get the hell out." Among the group were Private First Class Thomas "Tommy" Henderson, a young and eager soldier from Texas with a nervous energy, and Corporal Luis Rico Martinez, a street-smart soldier from New York who had seen more than his share of combat. There was also Specialist Frank "Doc" Harris, the squad's medic, whose calm demeanor helped steady the nerves of the younger soldiers. As the briefing continued, Corporal Billy Ace Turner, known for his sharp shooting and quicker wit, cracked a nervous joke to lighten the mood, but it fell flat. The jungle had a way of silencing humor, especially when rumors of the supernatural were whispered among the ranks. The men had heard stories of soldiers disappearing without a trace, of ghostly figures seen in the dense foliage, and of eerie whispers in the dead of night. Specialist Robert Bobby Lee, a superstitious soldier from Louisiana, quietly muttered a prayer under his breath, clutching a small crucifix he always carried. Nearby, Private Steve "Sticks" Johnson, a quiet man from Kentucky, checked his rifle for the 3rd time, while Private Charlie "Red" O'Connor, a red-haired soldier with a fierce temper, exchanged a glance with Private William Will Jackson, his closest friend. As the briefing concluded, the men double-checked their gear, securing their weapons and supplies. Captain Reynolds took a deep breath and looked around the tent at his men, his gaze lingering on each one. "Stay together, watch each other's backs, and keep your wits about you. We move out at dawn." The soldiers dispersed, some grabbing a last meal, others sharing a few words or a cigarette. The night was eerily quiet, save for the distant sounds of the jungle sounds that seemed to whisper warnings of what was to come. As the squad settled into their bunks for a few hours of restless sleep, a sense of unease settled over the camp. The jungle, dark and vast, held secrets that no man could fully comprehend, and as the first light of dawn approached, the soldiers of this small squad couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching them. Little did they know, the mission they were about to embark on would lead them into a world of horrors beyond the battlefield, a place where the living and the dead walked side by side, and where the line between reality and nightmare blurred into one. The night before the mission, as the soldiers were making their final preparations, the camp received an unexpected visitor. A local Vietnamese soldier, a man in his late 20s with a weathered face and eyes that spoke of many battles, arrived at the outpost. His name was Tran Minh, and he had been assigned to the squad as a guide, tasked with leading them through the dense and treacherous jungle terrain. Captain Reynolds was surprised by this last-minute addition, but understood the importance of having a local guide who knew the land. Tran Minh was quiet and reserved, with an air of experience that immediately garnered respect from the squad. As the men gathered around him, Captain Reynolds laid out the map and briefed him on the mission. "We're headed to 3 observation points in the jungle," Reynolds explained, pointing to the marked locations on the map. "Your job is to guide us through the safest route and help us navigate the terrain." Tran Minh studied the map carefully, his eyes narrowing as he traced the route with his finger. As he reached the final destination, his expression changed. His usually stoic face showed a flicker of concern. "This route," Tran Minh began, his voice low, almost hesitant. "It is not often traveled. The jungle is dense, and the terrain is difficult. Few have ventured there, and those who have, many did not return." The squad members exchanged uneasy glances. The atmosphere in the tent grew heavy as Tran Minh continued. "There are stories," he added quietly, almost as if speaking to himself. "Stories of shadows that move when there is no light, of whispers in the wind that do not belong to the living. The villagers avoid this area. They say it is cursed." Sergeant Rockwell, ever the pragmatist, tried to downplay the guide's words. "We've heard stories like that before, just old tales to keep people out of dangerous areas. We're soldiers, men, we'll manage." Tran Minh nodded, though the concern did not leave his eyes. "I hope you are right," he replied simply, "but be cautious. The jungle, it has a way of testing men, in ways they are not prepared for." Captain Reynolds clapped Tran Minh on the shoulder, signaling that the conversation was over. "We appreciate your guidance. Men, get some rest. We move out at dawn." The men dispersed, but the tension lingered. The jungle, already an ominous presence, now seemed even more foreboding with the added weight of Tran Minh's words. The squad settled into an uneasy silence, each man lost in his thoughts, questioning what lay ahead. As the first light of dawn broke, the men gathered their gear, steeling themselves for the mission ahead. Tran Minh led the way, his step sure, but his gaze wary, as if he could sense something the others could not. The path they were about to take was one few had dared to tread, and as they ventured deeper into the unknown, each soldier couldn't help but feel that they were walking into something far more dangerous than enemy territory. Something ancient, something restless, something waiting. With Tran Minh at the front, the squad moved out, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that this mission was different. The jungle had always been a place of danger, but now it felt like a place of secrets, a place where the past was not dead, and where the line between the living and the dead was perilously thin. As the squad set out on their journey into the dense, uncharted jungle, the early morning light filtered through the thick canopy above, casting long, eerie shadows on the ground. The air was thick with humidity, and the jungle was alive with the constant hum of insects and distant calls of unseen animals. Each step the soldiers took was muffled by the dense undergrowth, the leaves and branches brushing against their uniforms as if the jungle itself was trying to hold them back. Tranquil led the way, moving with a familiarity that contrasted with the cautious, deliberate movements of the rest of the squad. Captain Reynolds walked close behind him, eyes scanning the surrounding foliage for any sign of danger. The rest of the squad followed in a loose formation, their weapons at the ready, senses on high alert. Despite the tension, the journey to the first observation point was eerily uneventful. The jungle seemed to close in around them as they ventured deeper, but there were no signs of enemy forces, no footprints, no disturbed vegetation, nothing. It was as if the North Vietnamese army had never set foot in this part of the jungle. Yet, the uneasy feeling that they were being watched never left them. As they reached the first observation point, a small clearing barely large enough to accommodate all of them, the men spread out, securing the perimeter and setting up their equipment. They scanned the area carefully, but there was nothing out of the ordinary, no movement, no sounds beyond the usual jungle noises. Sergeant Rockwell muttered under his breath, "To quiet, something's not right." Tranquil remained silent, his eyes darting to the edges of the clearing, as if expecting something or someone to emerge from the shadows. But the jungle remained still, as though it was holding its breath. As the day wore on, the oppressive heat began to take its toll. The soldiers took turns resting and keeping watch, but there was an undercurrent of unease that none of them could shake. It felt as though the jungle itself was watching them, waiting. When nightfall came, it came quickly. The sky, visible only through the gaps in the canopy, darkened from a deep blue to pitch black within moments. The sounds of the jungle grew louder, more pronounced, as nocturnal creatures began to stir. The squad set up a small camp in the clearing, their nerves on edge as they prepared for the night. "Lights out," Captain Reynolds ordered in a hushed tone. "We need to stay hidden. No fires." The men complied, relying on the dim light of the stars and the occasional flicker of their flashlights as they set up a rotation for night watch. They would take turns keeping watch in pairs, each soldier knowing the importance of staying alert. The night was long and filled with an unsettling silence. The usual cacophony of jungle sounds seemed muted, almost as if the creatures of the night were holding back, aware of something the soldiers were not. The darkness was oppressive, the thick jungle around them making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Private Davis and Corporal Jones were on the first watch, their eyes scanning the perimeter, fingers resting lightly on the triggers of their rifles. Davis whispered, "You feel that, like we're being watched?" Jones nodded, his eyes narrowed as he stared into the darkness. "Yeah, but I don't see anything." Hours passed slowly, the weight of the jungle pressing down on them. Just as the next pair was about to take over, Davis caught a glimpse of something movement in the trees. He tensed, raising his weapon, but when he focused his flashlight, there was nothing there. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Must be the nerves," Jones muttered, though his grip on his rifle tightened. The rest of the night passed without incident, but none of the soldiers slept soundly. They all had the same feeling, eyes in the darkness, watching, waiting. When the first light of dawn began to break, they quickly packed up their gear, eager to move on from the eerie clearing. Captain Reynolds gathered the squad. "All right, we move to the second observation point. Stay sharp and keep your eyes open. Let's not get caught off guard." Tranquil nodded, but his face remained tense. As they set off deeper into the jungle, the feeling of being watched only intensified. The soldiers moved with even more caution, every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves setting their nerves on edge. The first leg of their mission had been completed without a single encounter with the enemy, but the soldiers couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. The journey to the second observation point would take them even deeper into the jungle, into the heart of the darkness where the line between the living and the dead seemed to blur. And as they marched on, the sense of dread grew stronger, each soldier silently wondering what horrors lay ahead. The first observation point had been eerily quiet, but the soldiers couldn't shake the feeling that they had been watched. As they prepared to move to the second location, the tension among the group was palpable. Captain Reynolds gathered the men, his voice low but steady. "All right, men, the second observation point is further out. It's going to be a tougher hike, and we're moving into even more isolated territory. Stay sharp, keep your eyes open, and report anything unusual. We're not alone out here." As they prepared to leave, Private Davis, who had been unusually quiet since their first night, spoke up. "Captain, I saw something last night. A shadow, something big, moving through the trees. Thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But now, I'm not so sure." Corporal Jones nodded. "I saw it too. Just a glimpse, but it was there. Something was out there, moving along the tree line." The rest of the squad exchanged uneasy glances. The jungle was full of strange noises and shadows, but this felt different, more menacing. Captain Reynolds frowned. "We can't let fear get the better of us. Keep your wits about you, and let's move out." Tranmin led them once again, cutting through the dense foliage with practiced ease. The jungle seemed to grow thicker and more oppressive as they moved deeper into it. The sounds of the jungle were different now, quieter, almost as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The trek was grueling, the heat and humidity sapping their energy with every step. As they pushed further into the jungle, the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. The soldiers moved in near silence. The only sounds were the crunch of their boots on the undergrowth and the occasional rustle of leaves. After several hours of trekking, they came across something unexpected, a small clearing with a campfire still burning low. The sight of it stopped them in their tracks. The fire was fresh, the embers glowing, but there was no one around. Captain Reynolds signaled for the squad to spread out and investigate. "Stay alert. This could be an NVA patrol. They could still be nearby." Sergeant Rockwell moved closer to the fire, examining the area with a practiced eye. "Looks like they were here recently. No signs of a struggle, but they left in a hurry." As they searched the clearing, Tranmin crouched down near the edge, his eyes narrowing as he studied something in the dirt. "Captain, over here." Reynolds joined him, looking down at the ground. There were tracks, footprints mixed with something else, something that made his blood run cold. The tracks of a large, four-legged animal. The prints were deep, the kind that only a heavy, powerful creature could make. "What the hell is that?" Private Davis whispered, staring at the tracks in disbelief. Tranmin shook his head, his face pale. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's big. And it was here, right where the NVA were." Corporal Jones examined the surrounding area, finding more signs of a struggle, broken branches, disturbed foliage, and more of those strange, large tracks. "Looks like they fought something, but whatever it wasn't human." Tranmin shook his head, his face pale. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's big. And it was here, right where the NVA were." Corporal Jones examined the surrounding area, finding more signs of a struggle, broken branches, disturbed foliage, and more of those strange, large tracks. "Looks like they fought something, but whatever it wasn't human." The soldiers quickly gathered their gear, casting one last look at the abandoned camp before heading out. The feeling of being watched had intensified, as if whatever had attacked the NVA was now tracking them. As they continued their march, the jungle seemed to close in around them, the shadows growing longer as the day wore on. The soldiers moved with heightened caution, their eyes constantly scanning the tree line, ears straining for any sound that might signal danger. The discovery of the abandoned camp weighed heavily on their minds. What could have driven a group of seasoned soldiers to flee so suddenly, and where had they gone? The strange tracks and signs of a struggle only added to the mystery, leaving them with more questions than answers. As night began to fall, the squad reached a small ridge overlooking a narrow valley. Captain Reynolds decided it was time to set up camp for the night. The second observation point was still several miles away, and they couldn't risk moving through the jungle in the dark. They set up a perimeter and hunkered down, the memory of the abandoned campfire fresh in their minds. The men took turns keeping watch, their nerves on edge, each one wondering if they would meet the same fate as the NVA soldiers they had encountered. The jungle was alive with sounds, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible noise, like the growl of a large predator lurking just beyond the reach of their flashlights. As the first night watch began, the men couldn't shake the feeling that they were being hunted. Whatever had attacked the NVA could still be out there, waiting in the shadows, biding its time. The night was long, and sleep came in fitful bursts, haunted by dreams of shadows and growling beasts. They were deep in enemy territory now, but it wasn't just the NVA they had to fear. Something else, something older and more dangerous, was lurking in the jungle, and it had already claimed its first victims. The journey to the second observation point had only just begun, but the real nightmare was still ahead of them. As darkness began to fall over the dense jungle, the squad knew they had no choice but to set up camp. The trek to the second observation point was still miles away, and moving through the thick underbrush in the dead of night was too dangerous. Captain Reynolds ordered the men to establish a perimeter and get some rest before continuing their mission at first light. The soldiers moved quickly, setting up their tents and digging small foxholes for cover. The air was thick with humidity, and the sounds of the jungle seemed louder, more oppressive as night closed in around them. Private Davis and Corporal Jones took the first watch, their eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. Captain Reynolds made his way to the radio, crouching down beside Sergeant Rockwell as he tried to establish contact with the base. After a few tense moments, the radio crackled to life. "This is Eagle 1. Do you copy? Over?" A moment of static followed. Then a voice crackled through the speaker. "Eagle 1. This is base. We copy. What's your status? Over." Reynolds took a deep breath, his voice calm and measured as he spoke. "Base, we've reached a temporary camp. We're still a few miles from the second observation point. No enemy contact so far, but we've found an abandoned NVA camp with signs of a struggle. Tracks indicate something large, possibly a predator. We'll continue to investigate and report back. Over." The voice from the base responded, "Copy that, Eagle 1. Proceed with caution. Stay alert and keep us updated. Over and out." Reynolds handed the radio back to Rockwell and turned to find Tran Minh, the Vietnamese guide, sitting quietly by the fire. The other soldiers had gathered around him, and as Reynolds approached, he could see that the guide was speaking in a low, almost hushed tone. "What's he saying?" Reynolds asked, joining the group. Private Davis glanced up, his face pale. "He's telling us about some kind of creature. A legend, he says." Tran Minh looked at Captain Reynolds, his expression serious. "This path, it is cursed. The villagers in my home, they do not speak of it often, but the stories, they are real. The creature that roams these jungles is not just an animal. It is something else, something old. We call it the tiger spirit." The men exchanged uneasy glances, some shifting uncomfortably. Captain Reynolds frowned but motioned for Tran Minh to continue. "In our legends, the tiger spirit is no ordinary beast. It is a ghost, a spirit that takes the form of a massive tiger, larger than any man. It is said to be the spirit of a warrior, cursed for his deeds in life, forced to roam these jungles forever. It hunts those who enter its territory, especially those who are not from this land." Sergeant Rockwell chuckled nervously, trying to break the tension. "A ghost tiger? Come on. Tran, you don't really believe that, do you?" Tran Minh's eyes were dark, serious. "I have never seen it myself, but I have heard the stories from my elders. They say that it moves through the jungle without a sound, its eyes glowing in the dark. Many have gone into these jungles and never returned, those who did. They spoke of seeing a shadow, larger than any animal, stalking them. Some say it is a demon, others say it is the spirit of the jungle itself." The men fell silent, the crackling of the fire, the only sound breaking the stillness. The thought of a cursed spirit haunting them in the darkness sent a shiver down their spines, but most of them dismissed it as mere superstition. Captain Reynolds, ever the pragmatist, nodded slowly. "We've all heard stories like that, Tran, but we've got a mission to complete. Let's not let fear and legends get in the way. We need to stay focused." Tranmin simply nodded, but the unease in his eyes remained. The night dragged on, the men taking turns on watch. Despite their best efforts to stay calm, the soldiers couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that something was lurking just beyond the edge of the firelight. Shadows seemed to move in the darkness, and every rustle of leaves sent their hearts racing. As dawn approached, the men were exhausted but relieved to see the first light of day breaking through the trees. They quickly broke camp, eager to put the night behind them and continue to the second observation point. The journey to the second point was longer and more grueling than the first. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the dense foliage making every step a challenge. The memory of the abandoned NVA camp and the strange tracks weighed heavily on their minds, but they pressed on, determined to complete their mission. After several hours of trekking, they finally reached the second observation point, a small rise overlooking a wide valley. The view was stunning, but the men were too on edge to appreciate it. They set up their equipment and began their surveillance, scanning the valley below for any sign of enemy activity. But as they worked, a sense of unease settled over them once again. The jungle was too quiet, the usual sounds of wildlife strangely absent. And then there was the feeling, the unmistakable sensation that they were being watched, hunted. They hadn't seen any sign of the NVA, but something else was out there, something that had already claimed its first victims. The legend of the tiger spirit was just that, a legend, but in the heart of the jungle, far from home and surrounded by danger, even the most hardened soldiers couldn't help but wonder if there was some truth to the old stories. As night began to fall once more, the men prepared for another long, uneasy night in the jungle, each one silently praying that they would make it through to the morning. As the squad settled in at the second observation point, the day passed slowly. The oppressive heat of the jungle weighed on them, and the thick canopy overhead provided little relief from the stifling humidity. Despite their exhaustion, the men remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the dense foliage for any sign of movement. The encounter with the abandoned NVA camp and the strange tracks they had discovered still lingered in their minds. As night fell, the jungle once again became a place of shadows and unknown dangers. The men took their positions, preparing for another night of watchful waiting. The darkness seemed to close in around them, the usual sounds of the jungle eerily muted. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then, without warning, they heard a sound that sent chills down their spines. It started as a low, rumbling noise, like the distant thunder of a storm, but it quickly grew louder, more intense. It was the sound of something moving through the jungle at incredible speed, something with many legs, crashing through the underbrush with a terrifying fury. Private Davis was the first to react, raising his rifle and scanning the tree line. "What the hell is that?" he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Before anyone could answer, the sound grew closer, and the men could feel the vibrations in the ground beneath them. Whatever it was coming straight for them. "Stay sharp," Captain Reynolds barked, his voice tense. "Weapons ready. If it moves, you shoot." The squad braced themselves, their rifles trained on the darkness. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. The jungle fell silent once more, the oppressive quiet even more unnerving than the noise. But the silence didn't last long. A burst of gunfire shattered the stillness, followed by another, and then another. The men fired into the darkness, their nerves frayed as they tried to fend off whatever was out there. The gunfire echoed through the jungle, the flashes of light illuminating the trees in brief, terrifying bursts. For what felt like hours, the gunfire continued, sporadic and chaotic, as if they were shooting at shadows. The men could hear the sounds of movement, the rustling of leaves, the snap of twigs, but they saw nothing but shadows and the flash of their own gunfire. As the night wore on, exhaustion began to take its toll. The relentless tension, the fear of the unknown, and the incessant noise left them on edge, their nerves raw. Some of the men whispered to each other, wondering aloud what they were fighting. Was it the NVA, some kind of animal, or was it something else entirely? Sergeant Rockwell, his face pale and drawn, approached Captain Reynolds. "Sir, we can't stay here. This place isn't safe. Whatever's out there, it's not stopping." Captain Reynolds nodded grimly. "We'll radio in. We need to report this and get out of here." They quickly set up the radio, the operator frantically trying to establish contact with the base. The tension in the air was palpable as they waited for a response. Finally, the radio crackled to life. "Eagle 1. This is base. What's your situation? Over." "Base. This is Eagle 1. Captain Reynolds replied, his voice strained. "We're under attack, but we don't know what's attacking us. It's not the NVA, at least, not that we can see. We've been hearing gunfire, but we haven't seen any targets. It's like we're shooting at shadows, requesting immediate extraction. Over." There was a pause on the other end, followed by a brief, tense response. "Eagle 1, your extraction point is EAV. Helicopter is en route. Get to the LZ as quickly as possible. Over." "Copy that. Base. Eagle 1 out." As they prepared to move out, the men couldn't shake the eerie feeling that something was watching them, stalking them from the darkness. The jungle, once a place of natural beauty, had become a nightmarish maze of shadows and fear. Captain Reynolds gathered the squad. "We're pulling out. We'll head to the extraction point and get out of this hellhole. Stay close, and stay sharp. We're not out of the woods yet." The men nodded, their faces set with determination, but the fear was still there, just beneath the surface. As they moved out, they couldn't help but glance over their shoulders, expecting to see anything emerge from the shadows. As they made their way to the extraction point, the sounds of the jungle began to return, but the men were too focused on their mission to take comfort in it. They reached the LZ just as the first light of dawn began to break, the helicopter's blades cutting through the air as it descended to pick them up. As they boarded the helicopter and lifted off, they looked down at the jungle below, a sense of unease still hanging over them. What had they been fighting? Was it the NVA, or was it something else? Something that couldn't be explained by logic or reason. The sounds of the jungle faded into the distance as they flew back to base, but the questions remained. The men exchanged uneasy glances, each one silently wondering if they had just encountered something beyond their understanding. The mission was over, but the memory of that night in the jungle would haunt them for a long time to come. The following day, after the first team's unnerving encounter, the base received orders to send another squad to investigate the strange occurrences at the second observation point. The new team, composed of seasoned soldiers, was tasked with advancing to the third checkpoint as quickly as possible. Command believed that a swift, airborne insertion would reduce the chance of any ambush or unseen threats. The helicopter blades sliced through the humid air as the team was inserted deep into the jungle, landing at the very spot where the first team had set up camp. As they disembarked, the men were immediately struck by the eerie silence that had once again settled over the area. The jungle, usually teeming with life, felt dead, a place devoid of any living creature save for themselves. Corporal Jenkins, the team leader, signaled for the men to spread out and secure the area. They moved cautiously, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of the enemy. But what they found was far worse than anything they had anticipated. As they pushed deeper into the camp, the smell hit them first, an overwhelming stench of death and decay. It was then that they saw the bodies. The ground was littered with the remains of both NVA soldiers and animals. The bodies were torn apart, savagely mutilated, as if some great beast had unleashed its fury upon them. The sight was horrifying, limbs strewn about, faces frozen in terror, blood soaking the earth. It was clear that whatever had attacked these men had done so with brutal efficiency. Private Murphy gagged at the sight, turning away to compose himself. "What the hell could have done this?" he muttered, his voice trembling. Sergeant Phillips knelt beside one of the corpses, examining the wounds. "These aren't from bullets or shrapnel," he said grimly. "These are claw marks, deep ones. And look at the size of them. Whatever did this was big." By October 1968, the Vietnam War had reached a critical and horrifying phase. The conflict, which had begun years earlier with escalating tensions, had turned into a brutal and unrelenting struggle that seemed to consume everything in its path. The jungles of Vietnam, once verdant and teeming with life, had become a nightmarish maze of death and destruction. American forces were entrenched in a war they struggled to understand and a landscape that was as unforgiving as the enemy they faced. The enemy, the Viet Cong, was elusive, blending into the jungles and villages with terrifying ease. They were masters of guerrilla warfare, using the terrain to their advantage, setting deadly traps, and launching ambushes that left American soldiers on edge, never knowing where or when the next attack would come. But it wasn't just the physical dangers of war that took a toll on the soldiers. The psychological burden was immense. The oppressive heat, the constant threat of ambush, the sight of comrades being maimed or killed, all of this wore down even the strongest of men. Soldiers lived in a state of perpetual fear, their nerves frayed by the incessant drone of insects, the rustle of leaves that could signal an approaching enemy, or worse, an encounter with something not of this world. The war had changed them. Young men who had once been filled with optimism and hope now walked with hollow eyes, their spirits crushed under the weight of what they had seen and done. They had seen villages destroyed, civilians caught in the crossfire, and friends turned into lifeless bodies in the blink of an eye. Each mission, each patrol into the dense, unforgiving jungle could be their last. It was during this harrowing period that reports of strange occurrences began to surface. Tales of ghostly apparitions, mysterious sounds, and unexplained events became more frequent among the troops. These stories were often dismissed as the result of stress, fatigue, or the soldiers' minds playing tricks on them. But for those who experienced these phenomena, the fear was all too real. In this crucible of war, where the lines between life and death, sanity and madness, had blurred beyond recognition, Bravo Company was about to embark on a mission that would take them deep into the heart of darkness. It was a mission that would not only test their courage, but would push the boundaries of their sanity. As October 3, 1968, dawned, the men of Bravo Company prepared for what they thought would be another routine patrol. But the jungles of Vietnam held secrets, dark and ancient, that had been awakened by the violence and bloodshed of war. The soldiers were about to confront horrors that went far beyond the enemy. They had been trained to fight horrors that had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for the right moment to strike. And as they ventured into the forbidden zone, they would discover that some places are best left undisturbed, and some evils are beyond human comprehension. This is the story of Bravo Company, of the terror they faced, and of the jungle that devoured them whole. On October 3, 1968, the men of Bravo Company gathered in the dimly lit briefing room of their base camp, hidden deep within the dense jungles of Vietnam. The tension in the room was palpable as Captain James Jim Holloway addressed his team. The flickering overhead lights did little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere, and the faces of the men were shadowed, reflecting the unease they all felt. "Listen up," Captain Holloway began, his voice steady despite the weight of the mission he was about to outline. "Intelligence has confirmed increased Viet Cong activity in a remote area of the jungle, a place locals have dubbed the Forbidden Zone. Command wants us to move in, gather intel, and, if possible, disrupt any enemy operations we find. This won't be an easy mission. The terrain is uncharted, the jungle is dense, and we'll be moving in complete silence. No one else has ventured that deep into the jungle and returned alive. Anyway." As he spoke, the men exchanged uneasy glances. They had heard the rumors about the forbidden zone, a place where entire patrols had disappeared without a trace, where the jungle seemed to swallow men whole. But these were seasoned soldiers, men who had faced death on the battlefield and survived. They weren't about to let ghost stories rattle them, or so they told themselves. Sergeant Frank Miller, a grizzled veteran with a permanent scowl, shifted in his seat and muttered under his breath, "Sounds like another suicide mission?" Captain Holloway caught his eye and nodded grimly. "It might be, Sergeant, but this is our job. We move out at dawn on October 5th, pack light, bring extra ammunition, and be ready for anything." On the morning of October 5th, Bravo Company set out into the jungle. The humidity was suffocating, and the dense foliage quickly closed in around them, swallowing the path they had cut through. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and decaying vegetation, and the only sounds were the soft crunch of their boots on the ground and the occasional distant call of a jungle bird. But even those sounds grew less frequent as they ventured deeper into the jungle, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press down on them. The men moved in a single file, their senses heightened, every rustle of leaves or crack of a branch putting them on edge. Private Tommy Lawson, the youngest member of the team, glanced nervously at the twisted trees around them. "You guys ever hear the stories about this place?" he whispered to Corporal Davy Ross, who was just ahead of him. Davy turned slightly, his face unreadable in the shadowed light. "What stories?" Tommy hesitated, then continued in a hushed voice. "The locals say this jungle is haunted, that there are spirits of soldiers who died here, both American and Viet Cong, and they don't like anyone trespassing on their territory. They say men go mad in these parts, driven insane by the voices of the dead." Davy snorted softly, trying to mask his unease. "Just stories, Tommy. We're soldiers, not kids. Ghosts aren't real." But despite his dismissive words, the unease in Davy's voice was clear. As they continued their march, the jungle seemed to grow darker, the trees thicker, the path more treacherous, and the further they went, the more disoriented they became. The map Captain Holloway had been given seemed increasingly useless. Paths that should have led to clearings looped back into the dense forest, and landmarks they had marked simply vanished. By the third night, the unease had settled deep into the bones of every man in Bravo Company. They set up camp in a small clearing, surrounded by the oppressive darkness of the jungle. The campfire flickered weakly, barely illuminating the men's faces as they sat in a circle, each lost in his own thoughts. Private Jimmy Bones Thompson, a wiry soldier with a nervous energy, was the first to speak. "Anyone else hear those whispers last night?" he asked, his voice low. Sergeant Miller looked up sharply. "What whispers?" Bones hesitated. "I don't know, it sounded like voices, but not in English. Could have been the wind, I guess, but it didn't sound right." The men exchanged uneasy glances. Captain Holloway, who had been staring into the fire, finally spoke up. "We're all on edge, hearing things that aren't there. This jungle messes with your mind. Stay focused on the mission." But as they settled down to sleep, the whispers began again. This time, they were louder, more distinct, and impossible to ignore. They seemed to come from all around them, echoing through the trees, speaking in a language none of them understood. The shadows cast by the firelight danced and flickered, taking on strange shapes that seemed almost human. The men lay wide awake, their hands gripping their rifles, eyes darting around in the darkness. Davy, who had been on the brink of sleep, sat up suddenly. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. Tommy nodded, his face pale. "I saw something out there in the trees. A figure. It was watching us." Captain Holloway's jaw tightened. "Stay sharp, everyone. We'll double the guard tonight." But sleep was impossible. The whispers grew louder, and the shadows seemed to close in on them. The air was thick with tension, and the oppressive heat made it hard to breathe. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves sent them into a state of heightened alert, their hearts pounding in their chests. By the fifth day, Bravo Company was deep within the heart of the forbidden zone. The jungle had grown even denser. The trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The path was treacherous, and they moved slowly, every step a battle against the tangled undergrowth and their own mounting fear. The jungle itself seemed to be alive, closing in around them, suffocating them with its darkness. The oppressive silence was broken only by the occasional scream of an unseen animal or the distant, eerie calls that echoed through the trees. The men were exhausted, both physically and mentally, their nerves frayed to the breaking point. Sergeant Miller, who had always been the rock of the team, began to crack. He muttered to himself, his eyes wide and unfocused, as if he were seeing things that weren't there. "They're watching us, waiting for us to slip up." Captain Holloway tried to keep his team together, but even he was beginning to feel the strain. The jungle played tricks on his mind. Shadows shifted in the corner of his vision, and the whispers had taken on a haunting familiarity, as if they were the voices of the men he had lost in battle, calling out to him. That night, as they huddled around a dying fire, the atmosphere was thick with fear. Tommy, unable to bear the tension any longer, spoke up. "Captain, maybe we should turn back. This place, it's cursed." Before Holloway could respond, the jungle erupted in a chorus of whispers, louder and more insistent than ever before. The men jumped to their feet, their rifles at the ready, but there was nothing to shoot at, just the oppressive darkness and the shadows that danced just out of reach. And then, without warning, Tommy bolted into the jungle, his scream echoing through the trees. The men called after him, but he was gone, swallowed up by the darkness. They searched for hours, but all they found were his boots, neatly placed at the base of a massive, ancient tree, its bark scarred with strange, unnatural symbols. The loss of Tommy shook the men to their core. They were now 7, but it felt as if they were already ghosts, doomed to wander the jungle forever. The mission, once so clear, now seemed like a distant memory, overshadowed by the oppressive presence of the jungle and the malevolent forces that seemed to inhabit it. On the 7th day, as they pushed deeper into the forbidden zone, they came across an abandoned Viet Cong camp. The tents were torn, the supplies scattered, and the ground was stained with dark, dried blood. But there were no bodies, just the same eerie silence that had followed them since the start of their journey. Corporal Davy, who had been the most skeptical of the group, now looked around with wide, frightened eyes. "This isn't right, they didn't just leave. Something took them." The men quickly searched the camp, but there was no sign of life, no indication of what had happened to the soldiers who had once occupied it. The only clue was a tattered journal they found in the remains of a tent, written in Vietnamese. As Captain Holloway leafed through it, his face grew pale. "They were hearing the whispers too," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "They saw things, ghosts of the men they'd killed. And then, one by one, they disappeared, just like Tommy." The revelation shook the men to their core. The jungle was no longer just a battleground. It had become a living, breathing entity, one that was determined to consume them. As the shadows lengthened and the sky darkened, Captain Holloway knew they had to make a decision. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice firm but tinged with desperation. "This mission is over. We need to survive." The men nodded in agreement, but the way out was not so simple. The jungle seemed to shift and change with every step they took. Paths that should have led them back twisted in on themselves, leading them deeper into the heart of darkness. The whispers grew louder, now unmistakably in English, calling out their names, recounting their worst fears, their deepest regrets. Sergeant Miller, already on the brink of madness, finally snapped. He turned on his comrades, his eyes wild with fear. "You're all in on it, aren't you? You're trying to drive me mad. But I won't let you. I won't let you." Before anyone could stop him, Miller raised his rifle and fired into the darkness, screaming incoherently. The others tackled him to the ground, trying to calm him, but it was too late. The jungle had claimed another victim. As they restrained him, Miller's eyes rolled back in his head, and he went still, a chilling grin frozen on his face. The men knew they were running out of time. They pushed on through the night, their nerves frayed, their energy depleted. The jungle closed in around them, the shadows growing thicker, the air colder. It was as if the jungle itself was squeezing the life out of them. By the time dawn broke, only 3 men remained: Captain Holloway, Corporal Davy Ross, and Private Jimmy Bones Thompson. They stumbled into a small clearing where the jungle finally seemed to relent, giving them a brief respite. But the respite was short-lived. As they huddled together, trying to catch their breath, a thick fog began to roll in from the jungle, enveloping them in its cold embrace. And from within the fog, the figures emerged, ghostly apparitions of the men they had lost, their eyes hollow, their expressions filled with sorrow and accusation. The ghosts moved silently, surrounding the men, who raised their rifles in a futile attempt to defend themselves. But there was nothing to shoot at, only shadows and mist. The whispers returned, now louder than ever, echoing inside their heads, driving them to the brink of insanity. Captain Holloway, his mind shattered by the horrors he had witnessed, dropped to his knees, his hands covering his ears as if trying to block out the voices. "It wasn't my fault," he cried out. "I did what I had to do." But the ghosts did not relent. They closed in on the remaining soldiers, their cold, spectral hands reaching out, pulling them into the fog. Davy and Bones tried to resist, but it was no use. The jungle had claimed them, just as it had claimed so many others before. As the fog thickened, swallowing the last of the men, the jungle fell silent once more. The whispers faded, the shadows receded, and the forbidden zone returned to its eerie stillness. The only evidence that Bravo Company had ever existed was a single boot, left behind in the clearing, slowly being consumed by the encroaching undergrowth. Weeks later, a search team was sent to locate Bravo Company. They found nothing but the abandoned boot, partially buried in the dirt. The men were declared missing in action, presumed dead, another casualty of the Vietnam War. But the locals knew better. They knew that the Forbidden Zone had claimed them, just as it had claimed so many others. And so the story of Bravo Company became another ghost story, whispered among soldiers and locals alike. A tale of men who ventured too far into the darkness, and of the jungle that never let them go. On the morning of July 12, 1968, the members of a Special Forces unit stationed in a remote outpost of South Vietnam gathered for what seemed like a routine mission briefing. The war had been grinding on for years, with countless missions into the heart of the jungle, each more dangerous than the last. The assignment for that day was simple: a long-range reconnaissance patrol LP deep into enemy territory. Their objective was to gather intelligence on Viet Cong movements in an area where contact had been lost with several other units. The commander laid out the details of the mission with a cold, methodical precision, masking the underlying tension that everyone felt. The dense jungles of Vietnam were not just a battlefield. They were a living, breathing entity, one that seemed to swallow men whole. The unit was composed of hardened veterans, men who had seen the worst of war. Yet, as they listened to the briefing, a sense of unease crept into the room, a feeling that this mission would be different, that something was waiting for them out there in the shadows. The team set out early on July 13th, moving silently through the thick underbrush. The air was hot and humid, thick with the scent of rotting vegetation and the distant sounds of unseen creatures. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the jungle itself was trying to hold them back. By nightfall, they had covered several miles and decided to set up camp in a small clearing surrounded by towering trees. As darkness enveloped the jungle, the familiar sounds of nocturnal life began to fill the air, the chirping of insects, the distant calls of animals, but there was something else, something that didn't belong. It started with faint whispers, barely audible over the natural symphony of the jungle, but unmistakable. The men exchanged nervous glances, each wondering if the others had heard it too. The whispers grew louder, but no one could pinpoint where they were coming from. The darkness seemed to press in on them, the jungle closing in, becoming an impenetrable wall of blackness. Then came the footsteps, slow, deliberate, and far too close for comfort. The men gripped their rifles tightly, eyes scanning the darkness, trying to pierce the veil of night. But there was nothing, just the oppressive darkness and the relentless feeling of being watched. Some of the men whispered that it might be the Viet Cong, but deep down, they all knew this was something different, something worse. The next morning, the men were on edge, sleep-deprived and tense. As they continued their march deeper into the jungle, the whispers followed them, lingering at the edges of their hearing, never fully revealing themselves. The jungle grew thicker, more labyrinthine, with paths that seemed to shift and change as they moved. Every direction looked the same, and the men began to feel as though they were walking in circles. The canopy above was so dense that even the sun could not penetrate it, leaving them in a perpetual state of twilight. As they pressed on, the tension between the men grew. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig, sent their nerves into overdrive. They were not just soldiers on a mission anymore. They were prey, hunted by something unseen, something that didn't play by the rules of war. The feeling of being watched was constant now, an ever-present weight on their shoulders. The jungle was alive, and it was toying with them. By the third day, the whispers had become more than just an eerie background noise. They were now distinct voices, speaking in a language none of the men could understand. The shadows seemed to move on their own, flickering at the edge of their vision, only to disappear when looked at directly. The air grew colder, unnaturally so, and a thick fog began to settle in, further disorienting them. The men tried to keep their wits about them, but fear had taken root, deep and insidious. One of the younger soldiers, Private Thompson, started to crack under the pressure. He claimed to see figures in the fog, ghostly apparitions that beckoned him deeper into the jungle. His comrades tried to calm him down, but there was little comfort to be found in this place. The jungle seemed to feed on their fear, growing darker and more oppressive with each passing hour. That night, as they huddled together in the middle of their makeshift camp, they heard a sound that chilled them to their core. It was the unmistakable sound of children laughing, echoing through the trees. But these were no ordinary children. Their laughter was twisted, malevolent, a mockery of innocence. The men were paralyzed with fear, unable to move, unable to speak. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the laughter stopped, leaving behind a silence that was even more terrifying. On the fourth day, the men were barely holding it together. They had lost track of time and direction, wandering aimlessly through the jungle that seemed determined to keep them trapped. The whispers had become screams. The shadows had taken on the forms of the dead long-lost soldiers, their faces contorted in agony, reaching out to the living. The line between reality and nightmare had blurred, and the men were no longer sure if they were still in the jungle or in some hellish realm of the damned. It was then that they stumbled upon the ruins of an old French outpost, overgrown and decayed, a relic of the First Indochina War. The sight of it filled them with a dread that they could not explain. As they explored the ruins, they found signs of a massacre, bullet holes in the walls, bloodstains long since dried, and the skeletal remains of soldiers, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. Among the ruins, they found journals written by the French soldiers, detailing their own encounters with the supernatural. The last entry spoke of a curse upon the land, a malevolent force that would claim the souls of all who entered the jungle. That night, the jungle finally revealed its true nature. The men were beset by visions of their own deaths, reliving them over and over again. The whispers turned into roars, and the shadows became solid, tangible things that attacked without warning. The men fought back with all their might, but their bullets had no effect on these otherworldly beings. One by one, they fell, consumed by the darkness that had haunted them since the beginning of their mission. As the last of the unit, Sergeant Williams stood alone in the clearing. He knew there was no escape. The jungle had claimed them all, just as it had claimed countless others before them. The shadows closed in, and as he stared into the abyss, he heard the whispers one last time. This time, they spoke his name. The mission was a failure. The men were never seen again, and the jungle returned to its quiet, indifferent self. The only trace of their existence was a single radio transmission that was picked up by a nearby outpost, a transmission filled with static, broken by the sound of children laughing. The story is steeped in an atmosphere of dread and uncertainty, where the jungle is almost a character in itself, a living entity that feeds on the fears of those who enter it. The characters, despite their training and experience, are reduced to terrified men, struggling to comprehend the horrors they are witnessing. Their feelings of isolation, hopelessness, and the gradual erosion of their sanity are palpable, creating a narrative that is as much about the psychological effects of war as it is about the supernatural elements. The tension builds as the men realize that their enemy is not just the Viet Cong, but something far older and more malevolent. The jungle becomes a place where the line between life and death, reality and nightmare, is blurred beyond recognition, leaving the characters and the readers questioning what is real and what is imagined. In the end, Shadows in the Jungle is a haunting tale of how war can break even the strongest of men, and how some evils are older and more powerful than humanity can ever hope to defeat. The two soldiers agreed to spend another night hunting in the rocky jungle with me, despite having already traveled several days. I was happy to comply with their wish, even though Lieutenant Nackern had sustained a wound on his left hand. He cleaned the wound with alcohol, covered it with cotton soaked in antiseptic, and then took a painkiller. He was confident that the infection wouldn't make him ill like it might with some forest hunters. We tried to persuade him to stay and guard the camp, but he refused. He asked whether leaving the deer meat and rice bags here would cause the monkeys to rummage through our belongings. I told him that if we kept the fire burning, the monkeys would likely not come too close. Satisfied, Lieutenant Nackern insisted on joining us on the hunt. I led the two soldiers through a bamboo thicket heading west until we reached a buffalo trail. We sat on a rock by the path, listening to the ground, hoping to hear the sounds of any approaching animals. I was wary of the elephant herd, particularly the aggressive lead cow with her peculiar pinkish hue. She was known to be dangerous and could charge at us without warning, trampling hunters like us into the ground. Don't worry. If an elephant comes, we'll just load up our rifles with slugs instead of shot. We'll shoot if it charges, Lieutenant Nackern boasted. We sat quietly under the shade of wild lime trees, listening to the jungle sounds, pheasants cackling, and the echoing cries of gibbons reverberating through the valley. The jungle, dense and dark, was far more oppressive than the village or city. Even at 5:30 a.m., it was as dark as midnight. Squirrels, the jungle's sentinels, began chirping in the dense and open forest. Sometimes, their unusual calls were a sign of hidden danger. Forest hunters like us knew that when a squirrel's cry changed, it indicated imminent danger nearby. Deer and antelope would naturally heed the squirrel's warnings, alerting them to any approaching threat. I paid close attention to the squirrel's cries, as they were crucial in detecting any movement. The ground wasn't scorched by fire, so the dry leaves had accumulated into a thick layer nearly a foot deep. Every step a hunter took required caution to avoid rustling the leaves and alerting any nearby wildlife. After a while, the squirrel's cries became less frequent. Then, four-legged creatures began to cry out, accompanied by the calls of various forest birds. I whispered to the two soldiers to carefully approach the area, shining their flashlights as they moved. The clock on Lieutenant Nackern's wrist indicated that it was now past 6 a.m., but the forest remained shrouded in darkness. Under the shade of the towering trees, it felt like twilight, despite the early hour. Woodpeckers pecked away at the tree bark, and the cold wine sent shivers through our bodies. Sergeant Yem, noticing I was shivering, kindly offered me his jacket, saying, "You're thinner and might get cold easier. I've got more fat to keep me warm." Amid the cold, I remarked that some deer were beginning to emerge from the forest to graze. Some, after feeding, would retreat back into the woods, while others might go down to the salt licks. "Look carefully," I said. "It's so dark, I can't see clearly." "Should we use the flashlight?" asked Sergeant Yem, but I quickly motioned for silence, raising a hand to cover my mouth. I pointed toward the edge of the bamboo thicket, where 3 squirrels were chattering unusually. Soon, 2 junglefowl flew up to perch on a bamboo branch. I placed my rifle down and pressed my ear to the ground, listening for any sign of movement. The sound of an animal's footsteps crunching the leaves and chewing grass reached my ears. "It sounds like there's a decent-sized deer nearby," I whispered. Sergeant Yim loaded his rifle with buckshot instead of the larger slug. I continued listening intently, and the sound confirmed my suspicion the deer was still nearby, only having moved slightly. I was well acquainted with this forest and could recognize the signs without error. Sergeant Yim stealthily crept forward, crouching behind a cluster of trees about 20 meters away. As the birds continued their activities, the sudden crack of a rifle shot echoed through the forest. The blast sent the animals scattering, and the dry leaves rustled as they fled into the dense underbrush. Sergeant Yim emerged from the shadows, smiling broadly as he carried a large male deer, its reddish-brown coat gleaming in the dim light. "Do you think the gunshot will scare off the other deer and antelope?" Lieutenant Nakran asked me. "I can't say for sure," I replied, "but we should be content with just 1 kill. There's no need to hunt for more than we can eat." With that, we began our leisurely walk back through the thicket, bending under the thorny bushes without haste. We were about 200 meters from the camp when a king cobra rose from the ground, spreading its hood in a menacing display. Lieutenant Nakran, standing in the lead, immediately took a step back, while Sergeant Yem, holding the deer, urged him to retreat. Despite my protests, Lieutenant Nakran struck the snake with a dry stick, causing it to writhe in pain. He grabbed the snake's tail and dragged it behind him, paying no heed to any forest superstitions. But for me, killing that king cobra sent a chill down my spine. "Hey, Nakran, this is a bad omen. You shouldn't have killed that snake," I said, my voice filled with concern. Lieutenant Nakran looked at me quizzically. "What do you mean, bad omen?" It moved slightly, staring intently at the platform where we slept, as if it had something secretive in mind. The alpha male monkey shrieked and shook, climbing up to the branches, displaying its aggressive behavior. It gripped a small branch with both hands and shook it vigorously as if it was territorial. Some monkeys were strutting on the ground, while a couple of them sat on the logs. We hid behind the rattan bushes. As we got closer, within 50 meters, the alpha male roared, shaking the fresh leaves, threatening us. It leapt down to the ground, and the others followed suit, some jumping, some scattering, and a few splashing across the stream. After a while of threatening us, they disappeared into the jungle. Sergeant Nakan steadied his rifle butt against his shoulder, taking a few sharp steps forward, ready to fire at any moment. I circled around the bamboo clump, crouching to peer through the branches. The sight in front of me was terrifying. "Hey, what is that python strangling on the platform?" Sergeant Nakan, who was lowering his rifle, asked in alarm. "Damn it, why couldn't it strangle something elsewhere?" "This is our bed," he exclaimed in frustration. The sight of the mother monkey clutching her baby on the platform was a shocking one. It was a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked in the jungle. The python, thick as a man's thigh and about 3 meters long, had coiled itself around the mother monkey, as big as a domestic dog. The baby monkey, still nursing and unable to fend for itself, clung to its mother. The python must have waited for the right moment, strangling the mother monkey, whose blood soaked its mouth and bulged its eyes. Sergeant Jam grabbed a log and lightly tapped the python's head. It hissed and struck, but didn't loosen its grip. The rattan basket I had roughly woven to hold roasted venison was still hanging from the bamboo branch. The soldiers who were skinning the deer had placed the meat on the rack. I was cooking rice while the deer innards boiled in the pot. Sergeant Nakan slit open a cobra's belly, extracting the gall to put into a coconut shell I had brought from home. He pierced the gall with his fingernail until it burst, poured in some liquor, and we shared a drink. The python had by then begun swallowing the mother monkey whole. the monkey's body now slowly disappearing into the python's gullet. We finished our meal, just as the python had its fill. The baby monkey, the size of a fish sauce bottle, rolled to the side, helpless. Will it eat the baby monkey too? Sergeant Jam wondered aloud. We watched with a mix of pity and horror. If it doesn't eat it, Jam, it's probably leaving it for you, Sergeant Nakan joked, as we sat by the fire eating our meal. The python, now bloated, began swallowing the baby monkey too. We watched as the last of the baby monkey's tail disappeared down the python's throat. After finishing our meal, we washed our hands in the stream and returned to find the python, now as swollen as a pillar, on the platform. Sergeant Jam tapped it lightly on the head with a stick, urging it to leave. It slithered clumsily through the bamboo branches and disappeared into the forest. I sat on a log, watching Sergeant Jam turn over the venison on the grill, blood oozing from the meat. Sergeant Nakan, looking at the python's handiwork, asked, "So, is this the forest curse you were talking about earlier?" "Well, it's not really a curse," I replied. "But if we stay here tonight, I'm sure we'll encounter something." Sergeant Jam asked about the old hunters' tales, stories about men seeing loved ones at night, who would then lure them down from their tree stands only to transform into tigers. I answered that my uncle once told me such a story, though I'd never encountered anything like it myself. The two soldiers didn't seem to take the story seriously, and instead of being frightened, they seemed amused. Sergeant Nakan even expressed a desire to encounter a forest spirit, joking that it would make for an interesting tale. This made me anxious, as I knew the dangers of challenging the jungle spirits. There were some things I hadn't told them, like the secret of using a particular tree bark to repel forest spirits. I had used it the night before, which is why we hadn't been disturbed. But I didn't share this, as I wasn't sure they'd believe me. As the sun grew hotter, we rested to conserve our energy for the evening hunt. Our breakfast leftovers would also serve as our dinner. Shortly after eating, we grabbed our rifles and set out, skirting the jungle edge in search of deer. I crouched beside a rock near the campfire. Suddenly, the sergeant shouted again, "Hey, it's happening again." Both of them jumped up quickly. Sergeant Nakan reached for the flashlight on his bed and shone it up at the big branches. Sergeant Yem called out for me to shine the light toward the bamboo thicket. A nocturnal animal leapt across the stream and into a vine bush, making a loud noise. Sergeant Nakan yawned and complained loudly, asking me, "Hey, Thet, what was that thing that jumped?" I responded that it might have been a macaque. He didn't answer, but withdrew his feet and shone the flashlight at the frothy saliva visible around his big toe. Sergeant Yem looked worried, running his hand over his head, down his side, and along his legs, then muttered, "Oh, it's so cold, like ice pressed against my calves." I could feel something warm on my big toe, like a rough hand with a foul smell, like fermented fish. I shone my flashlight on his big toe and saw sticky, drying saliva around the nail. Having grown up in the forest, I guessed it might have been a monkey licking his toe for fun. On the first night, I smashed some macan shells and soaked them in water to sprinkle around the bed. Monkeys are repelled by the smell, so they didn't bother me. I lied to the soldiers, saying it was to ward off mosquitoes, but tonight, I let the monkeys scare them because I didn't want them to hunt animals to sell outside. People should respect the forest and only take what they need to survive, not hunt and sell animals for profit. After this incident, they couldn't sleep anymore. They asked to sit by the fire with me. Sergeant Nakan walked over grudgingly. The clock showed it was around 5 a.m. The roosters began crowing more frequently, and the forest was filled with the sound of cuckoos. A light mist bathed our faces in cold moisture. I nudged both soldiers to load their rifles because we might encounter elephants. Sergeant Nakan broke open his gun and loaded slugs instead of buckshot. Soon, we heard the groaning of an elephant near the bamboo grove. The sound was soon answered by others in various spots, meaning we were surrounded by a herd of elephants. Sergeant Yem asked me anxiously, "Thet, how far do you think they are?" I said, probably near the bamboo grove, where Sergeant Nakan shot the deer. Right there. So, where are we going to hunt deer now? I told them that I would head west alone, while the two of them should go south. When it was time for breakfast, we would meet back at the camp. However, with the elephant herd so close, we hesitated. After coordinating, we set off. We flashed our lights around and quickened our pace. Although dawn was breaking, the thick jungle below was still dark. We walked through the damp grass, the cold making us shiver slightly. We had walked along the forest edge until we could see the dark outline of mountains in the distance. It was then that we faced a crisis. We encountered an animal blocking our path. It was thrashing its trunk in the bamboo thicket. Even though the forest was windless, our hunter scent did not drift on the breeze. The 3 beams of our flashlights were darting around erratically. The elephant herd must have sensed danger ahead, because they quieted down. Their groaning ceased abruptly. I motioned for Sergeant Nakan and Sergeant Yim to walk along the forest edge toward the tall grass. About 100 meters from the clearing, we hoped to avoid the elephants and maybe find deer or muntjac grazing on the fresh grass. The dry season breeze blew a few gusts, rustling the banana leaves and making the trees sway ominously. The scent of the hunters probably reached the elephants, and they must have detected the unfamiliar smell. We heard some of the elephants stomping around, and then the sound of dry branches breaking as they probably ran in panic across the area. Jungle fowl scattered, flying to roost on the branches above us, while some flew over our heads. The earth trembled as the sound drew closer. Were we in danger? We ducked behind a large olive tree. Though it was dim, we could see the bulky shapes of the elephants moving in from the east. They were crashing through the thorny thickets and bushes with ease. 2 elephants ran about 10 meters from the forest edge, while several others sped about 50 meters away. We were in a state of panic, glancing around. If the soldiers' rifles couldn't stop them, which way should we run to survive? In our fear, Sergeant Nakan grabbed my arm and pulled me closer to the olive tree. Just then, a massive elephant ran past us, noticing our group. It raised its trunk to mid-level, as if sniffing the air. Its short, white tusks jutted out about a foot. Its large ears flared wide as it let out a deafening roar. This elephant was clearly agitated. Sergeant Nakan, unsure of what to do, took aim with his rifle. The elephant, about 12 feet tall, circled around the thorn bush, dodging to other elephants. As we stared in shock, it charged toward us, roaring like a beast from hell. The terror of being surrounded by these massive creatures was overwhelming. For the 2 soldiers, this was probably their first encounter with such danger. But even for me, a man of the forest, with more experience than them, I couldn't help but feel a surge of fear in this situation. We were trapped by creatures much larger and stronger than us. As we stood there, paralyzed by fear, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Sergeant Nakan's shotgun echoed through the jungle. The elephant roared in pain, stumbled, and wobbled but didn't fall. It took 2 steps toward us, blood gushing from its trunk. After a moment, it let out another loud cry, its legs buckling. Its body, like a steep cliff, slowly collapsed onto the grass. My heart pounded as I stood there, trembling. Sergeant Yim quietly approached the fallen elephant, which was now breathing heavily in the grass. Sergeant Nakan stood with his shotgun, stroking its massive head. The enormous creature would eventually decompose and return to the soil, becoming part of nature once more. This is the cycle of life, a life exchanged for another. This is the way of the hunter and the wild animals. When they clash, it is either them or us who must leave this world. There is no difference. With great sorrow, I bid farewell to the elephant. Even though it was fierce, I lost all desire to continue exploring the jungle on this trip. I couldn't bear to stand there and watch the 2 soldiers cut its tusks, because that image would be etched in my memory for the rest of my life. When we returned to Pack Village around noon, I requested that we end the journey and head home to be with our families and loved ones. We needed to forget the brutal images of the jungle and wait for the day when we would return. The forest, where life and death coexist, would continue to revolve in this endless cycle, and this is the story. The Vietnam War was unlike any conflict the world had seen before. While wars in the past had been fought in open fields, deserts, or urban environments, the struggle in Vietnam was waged in some of the most treacherous terrain imaginable. The North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces, deeply familiar with the land, utilized the dense jungles, towering mountains, and sprawling underground tunnel systems to their advantage, turning the natural landscape into a formidable ally against the foreign invaders. The majority of the battles took place in the heart of the jungle, where the thick canopy above blocked out much of the sunlight, casting the forest floor into perpetual shadow. The air was heavy with humidity, and the constant sound of insects, birds, and unseen creatures created an oppressive atmosphere that weighed heavily on the soldiers' minds. Visibility was often limited to just a few feet, making it nearly impossible to spot the enemy until they were practically on top of you. For the soldiers of the United States and their allies, this environment was not only foreign, but utterly hostile. The thick undergrowth made movements slow and noisy, a fact the Viet Cong exploited with deadly efficiency. Ambushes were frequent and devastating, with booby traps and landmines hidden along the trails that crisscrossed the jungle. The soldiers had to be constantly vigilant, knowing that one wrong step could mean instant death. But it wasn't just the enemy that made operations difficult. The very land itself seemed to conspire against the soldiers. The tropical climate brought with it monsoon rains that turned the ground to thick mud, making it nearly impossible for vehicles to traverse and forcing troops to slog through the mire on foot. The mountains, steep and covered in slippery vegetation, posed their own challenges, making it difficult to maintain supply lines and communicate between units. In these remote areas, the soldiers faced a constant battle not only against the Viet Cong, but against the elements. Diseases such as malaria and dysentery were rampant, taking their toll on the already weary troops. The heat was relentless, sapping the energy from even the strongest men, while the nights brought a cold that seeped into their bones as they huddled in their makeshift camps. Navigating this hostile environment required not only physical endurance, but a sharp mind and an unwavering sense of discipline. The enemy knew the jungle intimately, using it to their advantage in ways that left the foreign forces constantly on edge. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig could signal an impending attack, and the soldiers learned quickly to trust their instincts if they wanted to survive. Amidst this chaos, securing and holding strategic positions became a deadly game of cat and mouse. Camps and bases changed hands frequently, with each side trying to gain the upper hand by occupying key locations, only to abandon them when the situation became untenable. The abandoned camps, like the one that the First Company was ordered to investigate, stood as silent reminders of battles won and lost, their empty structures now reclaimed by the jungle, hiding secrets and stories of those who had once fought and died there. These operations were as much a test of willpower as they were of military might. The soldiers had to push through exhaustion, fear, and the ever-present danger of the unknown as they moved deeper into enemy territory, where each step brought them closer to the possibility of a deadly encounter. In this unforgiving landscape, every mission became a struggle for survival. The abandoned camp deep in the heart of North Vietnam, shrouded in rumors and fear, was just another challenge to be faced. But for the men of the First Company, it would prove to be unlike any mission they had ever undertaken, as the jungle prepared to reveal its darkest secrets. In the heart of North Vietnam, a war-weary platoon of the First Company gathered in the dimly lit operations tent at their base camp. It was the end of yet another long, grueling day, and the men were exhausted, their faces etched with the strain of a conflict that seemed to have no end. They had seen their share of combat in the dense jungles, fighting an enemy that was as elusive as it was deadly, but tonight, their commanding officer, Captain John Jack Donovan, had called them together for a briefing that promised something different, something that would test their resolve in ways they hadn't yet experienced. Captain Donovan, a seasoned veteran with a grizzled beard and steely eyes, stood at the head of the room, flanked by maps of the surrounding terrain. He was a man of few words, known for his calm demeanor even in the face of overwhelming odds. The men respected him, trusted him, because he had led them through hell and back more than once. "Listen up," Donovan began, his voice cutting through the murmur of the assembled soldiers. "We've got a new mission. Intelligence reports have indicated unusual activity at a former Viet Cong base deep in the jungle, near the Laotian border. The place has been abandoned for months, but recently, there have been signs of movement lights seen at night, strange noises, even sightings of what appear to be soldiers. Command wants us to check it out." The men exchanged uneasy glances. They had all heard the ghost stories about the abandoned bases that littered the jungle. Places where the Viet Cong had once held strong, but had been forced to abandon to relentless bombing or tactical withdrawals. Places that were now said to be haunted by the spirits of the dead, both friend and foe alike. But the war had taught them to fear the living more than the dead, and they knew better than to let superstition cloud their judgment. "Yes, Captain," one of the soldiers, Sergeant Mike Smitty Smith, asked. Smitty was a solid, dependable soldier, known for his sharp shooting and even sharper wit. He had been with Donovan since the early days, and the two shared a mutual respect, because we're the closest unit with the experience needed to handle this kind of recon, Donovan replied. "And because command trusts us to get the job done without stirring up a hornet's nest. Our orders are to move in, assess the situation, and report back. If it's nothing, we return. If it's something, we prepare for further action." The captain's words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The jungle was unpredictable, and so were the missions. What started as a simple recon could quickly turn into a firefight, or worse. Preparations began immediately. The men checked and double-checked their gear, ensuring their weapons were clean and their ammunition was plentiful. They packed rations, medical supplies, and extra water, anything they might need for a mission that could last days. The jungle was unforgiving, and they had learned the hard way that being underprepared was a death sentence. As night fell, the men gathered around the fire for one last briefing. Captain Donovan laid out the plan. They would move out at first light, traveling light and fast to reach the abandoned camp by midday. The terrain would be challenging, thick jungle, steep inclines, and narrow trails, but they had navigated worse. Their mission was to approach the camp silently, using the cover of the jungle to observe any activity before making their presence known. Corporal James "Jimmy" Hayes, the youngest in the unit and their resident radio operator, would stay in constant contact with base camp, relaying updates as they advanced. His job was critical if things went south. He would be their lifeline to reinforcements. As the men settled in for a few hours of restless sleep, Donovan walked the perimeter of the camp, his mind racing. He had been in this war long enough to know that things were rarely as simple as they seemed. The stories about the camp, the recent activity, it all pointed to something more than just an abandoned base, but he kept those thoughts to himself. His men needed to stay focused, not distracted by ghost stories. Dawn broke with a mist that clung to the trees like a shroud, muffling the sounds of the jungle. The men of the first company moved out silently, their boots sinking into the damp earth as they began their trek. The jungle closed in around them, the thick foliage obscuring their path as they followed a narrow trail that wound deeper into the wilderness. The journey was arduous, the heat and humidity sapping their strength with each step. They moved in single file, Donovan leading the way with Smitty close behind, his rifle at the ready. The men were silent, focused, their senses heightened by the knowledge that they were heading into the unknown. Hours passed as they pushed through the jungle, the landscape growing more rugged and unforgiving with each mile. The trail became steeper, the air thicker, and the jungle seemed to close in around them, as if trying to swallow them whole. But the men pressed on, driven by duty and the unspoken bond that had formed between them over months of fighting side by side. By midday, they had reached the outskirts of the abandoned camp. Donovan signaled for the men to halt, crouching low as he surveyed the area through his binoculars. The camp was eerily quiet, the structures barely visible through the dense undergrowth that had begun to reclaim the land. There were no signs of life, no movement, just the oppressive silence of a place that had seen too much death. But something felt off. Donovan couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the jungle itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. He lowered the binoculars and turned to his men, their faces tense with anticipation. "All right, we move in slow," Donovan whispered. "Stay sharp and keep your eyes peeled. This place might be abandoned, but we're not taking any chances." With a nod, the men fanned out, moving cautiously toward the camp. As they approached, the silence grew heavier, as if the jungle itself was warning them to turn back. But they were soldiers, and their mission was clear. They had come this far, and there was no turning back now. The abandoned camp loomed before them, a relic of a war that had taken so much and given so little in return. And as they crossed the threshold, stepping into the unknown, they couldn't shake the feeling that they had just entered a place where the past and the present were about to collide in ways they could never have imagined. Day 1. Under the dim light of the sun struggling to break through thick clouds, the soldiers of the 1st Company of the United States Army had been given a daunting task. They were to investigate an abandoned military camp deep in the jungles of North Vietnam, a camp that had once served as a stronghold for the Viet Cong during the Vietnam War. The mission was shrouded in mystery, with rumors circulating among the soldiers about the place. Some said it was haunted, others dismissed it as mere superstition. But all would soon discover the truth. The captain of the company, Captain John Harrison, a seasoned and pragmatic leader, gathered his men for a briefing as they stood in the clearing just outside the dense jungle that led to the camp. "All right, listen up." Captain Harrison's voice was firm, cutting through the murmurs among the men. "We've been tasked with securing this old camp. Command wants us to sweep the area, make sure there's no remaining hostile presence, and then set up a temporary base. This might seem like just another mission, but I want everyone on high alert. We don't know what we're walking into." The soldiers, a mix of veterans and fresh recruits, stood in attention, their faces reflecting a range of emotions: nervousness, determination, and curiosity. Among them was Private Michael Carter, a young soldier on his first deployment, and Sergeant James Red Donovan, a battle-hardened veteran who had seen more than his fair share of combat. As they began their march through the thick underbrush, the atmosphere grew tense. The jungle was eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and distant calls of unseen creatures. It was as if the jungle itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. "Hey, Sarge," Private Carter whispered to Sergeant Donovan, trying to keep his voice low. "You ever hear stories about this place? They say it's haunted by the ghosts of the soldiers who never left." Donovan gave a slight smirk, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "I've heard plenty of ghost stories in my time, Carter, but ghosts don't scare me, ambushes do. Keep your eyes peeled, and your rifle ready. Whatever's out here, living or dead, we'll deal with it." As the company pressed on, they finally reached the edge of the abandoned camp. The once formidable outpost was now in ruins, overgrown with vegetation, and consumed by nature. The air grew thick with an unspoken tension as they crossed the threshold into the camp. "Spread out and check the perimeter," Captain Harrison ordered. "I want a full report in 10 minutes." The soldiers moved cautiously, their boots crunching on the gravel paths that wound between the dilapidated barracks and resting equipment. As they searched the area, the unsettling feeling of being watched began to creep into their minds. Private Carter and his squad approached one of the old bunkers. The door was partially ajar, and a cold draft seemed to emanate from within. With a nod from Sergeant Donovan, Carter pushed the door open, his rifle raised. Inside, the bunker was dark and musty. The walls were covered in faded maps and propaganda posters, remnants of the war that had once raged here. As they swept their flashlights around, something caught Carter's eye, a shadow that seemed to move against the wall, separate from the beams of their lights. "Sarge, did you see that?" Carter asked, his voice trembling slightly. Donovan turned sharply, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the room. "See what?" Before Carter could respond, they heard a faint, almost inaudible whisper. It seemed to come from all around them, yet from nowhere at all. "Get out." The voice was low, filled with a sense of dread that chilled them to the bone. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, the bravado of the moment, before vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, one of the men, Private Thomas, a tough and confident soldier, stumbled back, his face pale. I saw something. A figure, just standing there, in the corner. But when they pointed their flashlights, there was nothing. Just empty space and shadows playing tricks on their minds. Or was it? Everyone stay calm. Sergeant Donovan barked, trying to regain control of the situation. "We're not here to chase shadows. Let's finish our sweep and report back." As they exited the bunker, the whispers seemed to follow them, growing louder, more insistent. Each soldier felt the weight of unseen eyes upon them, the cold touch of the past reaching out from the shadows. When they regrouped with the rest of the company, the expressions on their faces told a story words could not. Whatever this place was, it wasn't just an ordinary abandoned camp. Captain Harrison could sense the change in his men. "Report." Sergeant Donovan stepped forward, hesitating before he spoke. "Sir, we found nothing physically threatening, but there's something off about this place. I suggest we stay on high alert tonight." Harrison nodded, his jaw set in determination. "Agreed. We'll set up camp, but I want watches doubled. If there's anything or anyone out there, we'll be ready." As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the jungle, the soldiers prepared for a long and uneasy night. But deep down, each of them knew that this was just the beginning. The ghosts of the past were stirring, and they had come to life in the shadows of the abandoned camp. The first company had successfully infiltrated the perimeter of the abandoned Viet Cong base by late afternoon. The camp, once a hub of activity, was now a haunting shell of its former self. Resting vehicles were half buried in the thick undergrowth, and the remnants of hastily erected structures sagged under the weight of time and neglect. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and damp earth, and an unsettling silence hung over the camp, broken only by the distant calls of jungle creatures. Captain Donovan signaled for the men to spread out and begin their reconnaissance. Each soldier had a specific area to cover, and they moved with the practiced efficiency of seasoned veterans. Corporal Jimmy Hayes set up the radio in what was once the camp's command center, a small, half-collapsed building at the heart of the base. Smitty and Private Dan Doc Williams, the company medic, began surveying the barracks, while Sergeant Rick Tex Carter, the team's demolitions expert, made his way to the old supply depot. The sun dipped low on the horizon as the men worked, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally. As the darkness encroached, a sense of unease began to settle over the camp. The men had been in dangerous situations before, but there was something different about this place, something that gnawed at the edge of their consciousness, like a whisper they couldn't quite hear. Smitty and Doc were the first to notice it as they explored the barracks. The building was in shambles, with broken furniture scattered across the floor and walls pocked with bullet holes. But it wasn't the physical damage that caught their attention. It was the feeling that they weren't alone. "You feel that?" Smitty asked quietly, his voice barely above a whisper as he scanned the dark corners of the room. Doc nodded, his hand instinctively tightening around his rifle. "Yeah, it's like someone's watching us." Smitty moved to the window, peering out into the growing darkness. The jungle was eerily still, the usual cacophony of insects and birds strangely absent. He turned back to Doc, his expression grim. "Stay sharp. Let's finish up here and get back to the others." Meanwhile, Captain Donovan was making his way through what appeared to be the camp's mess hall. The building was a mess of overturned tables and rusted kitchen equipment. As he moved through the space, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. It was a sensation he had learned to trust over the years, one that had saved his life more than once. Pausing, he listened intently, the only sound his own breathing and the faint creaking of the building settling in the cooling night air. But there was something else, a low, almost imperceptible rustling, like the sound of fabric brushing against fabric. It was so faint that it could have been his imagination, but Donovan knew better than to dismiss it. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice steady as he slowly drew his sidearm. Silence. He moved cautiously toward the source of the sound, his footsteps light on the creaking floorboards. As he rounded a corner, his flashlight flickered, casting erratic beams of light across the room. For a split second, he thought he saw a figure dressed in tattered Viet Cong fatigues, standing at attention as if waiting for orders. But when the light steadied, the figure was gone. Donovan froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He swept the beam of light across the room again, but there was nothing, only shadows and dust. Shaking off the encounter, he continued his sweep, but the sense of unease lingered. This place wasn't just abandoned, it felt wrong, as if the very air was thick with the remnants of something dark and unfinished. Back at the command center, Jimmy was hunched over the radio, trying to make contact with base camp. But the radio was acting up, emitting only static and garbled transmissions. He adjusted the frequency, but nothing came through clearly. "Captain, we've got a problem with the radio," Jimmy reported as Donovan entered the building. Donovan frowned, moving to examine the equipment. "What's wrong with it?" "I don't know, sir. It was fine earlier, but now it's just this," Jimmy replied, frustration creeping into his voice as he gestured to the crackling static. Donovan glanced at the darkening sky outside. "Keep trying. We need to maintain contact." As the night deepened, the men regrouped to discuss their findings. There was little to report, no sign of recent activity, no indication that anyone had been in the camp for months, maybe even years, but the unease they all felt was palpable. "Something's not right here," Tex muttered, his eyes scanning the jungle that encircled them like a living, breathing entity. "We're not alone, Captain," Smitty added, his voice low. "Doc and I felt it too, in the barracks, like someone or something was watching us." Donovan nodded. He had felt it too, in the mess hall. But he wasn't about to let fear take hold of his men. They had a job to do, and they would see it through. "Stay focused," he said firmly. "We set up a perimeter. Double watch shifts tonight. If anything moves out there, I want to know about it." The men nodded, their faces grim as they moved to their assigned positions. The jungle seemed to press in around them as the darkness deepened, the oppressive silence broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant cry of a night bird. Hours passed slowly as the men kept watch. The night was heavy, the air thick with moisture, and every sound seemed amplified in the stillness. The men were on edge, their senses heightened by the strange atmosphere of the camp. Then, just after midnight, it happened. Private Paul Red Edwards, a quiet soldier with a reputation for being unflappable, was on watch near the perimeter when he heard a faint, rhythmic tapping sound, like footsteps on the hard-packed earth. He strained to see through the darkness, his eyes scanning the trees just beyond the edge of the camp. There, just at the edge of his vision, he saw movement. A shadow, barely discernible against the blackness of the jungle. Red tightened his grip on his rifle, his heart pounding. He watched as the shadow moved closer, taking on the vague outline of a figure, a soldier, dressed in what looked like old Viet Cong fatigues. "Identify yourself," Red called out, his voice steady but laced with tension. The figure paused, then began to move forward again, the footsteps echoing unnaturally in the silence. Red raised his rifle, aiming directly at the approaching figure. "I said, identify yourself," he repeated, louder this time. But the figure did not respond. Instead, it continued to advance, its movements slow and deliberate. As it stepped into the faint light cast by the camp's perimeter, Red felt a chill run down his spine. The figure was clearly a soldier, but its face was obscured, as if shrouded in shadow. It was as if the darkness itself clung to the figure, refusing to let go. Without warning, the figure stopped, standing just outside the perimeter, its face still hidden in shadow. Red's finger hovered over the trigger, his instinct screaming at him to fire. But something held him back, a deep, primal fear that froze him in place. Then, the figure slowly raised its hand, pointing directly at Red. Red's breath caught in his throat. He could feel the cold sweat trickling down his back, his mind racing. The figure's presence was wrong and natural. He wanted to pull the trigger, to eliminate the threat, but his body refused to obey. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure began to fade, its outline blurring and dissolving into the night. Within seconds, it was gone, leaving Red standing alone, his heart pounding in the suffocating silence. Red lowered his rifle, his hands trembling. He knew what he had seen, but it defied explanation. He turned and sprinted back to the command center, where Donovan and the others were huddled around the radio. "Captain," Red gasped, bursting into the room. I saw something out there, a soldier Viet Cong, I think, but it wasn't right, sir. It wasn't human." The men exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier sense of dread now fully realized. Donovan locked eyes with Red, seeing the fear in the young soldier's eyes. "Everyone stays on high alert," Donovan ordered, his voice steady despite the unease gnawing at him. "Whatever that was, it's not going to catch us off guard again." The rest of the night passed in tense silence, with the men scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. But nothing else appeared, and as dawn approached, the jungle remained as eerily quiet as it had been the night before. But the damage had been done. The men of the first company knew they were not alone in that abandoned camp. Something or someone was watching them, waiting. And as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, they couldn't shake the feeling that the jungle around them was alive with unseen eyes. As the first light of dawn broke through the dense canopy of the jungle, the men of the first company gathered in the makeshift mess area, bleary-eyed and on edge. The night had been long, filled with tension and an unsettling silence that none of them could shake. The only sounds now were the faint rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of a bird as the jungle slowly came to life with the new day. The soldiers were unusually quiet as they ate their rations, the memory of the previous night still fresh in their minds. The story of Red's encounter with the shadowy figure had spread like wildfire through the camp. By morning, every man had heard it, and the reactions were mixed. Private Smitty was the first to break the silence, chuckling as he nudged Doc with his elbow. "So, Red, you gonna tell us more about that ghost soldier you saw last night? Maybe he was just lost and needed directions." A few of the other soldiers laughed, though the sound was strained, betraying their unease. Red forced a grin, though the fear from the night before still lingered in his eyes. "Yeah, real funny, Smitty," Red replied, trying to keep his voice light. "Next time, I'll ask him for his orders." Sergeant Carter, or Tex as the men called him, smirked as he sipped his coffee. Sounds like Red here was just seeing things in the dark. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, or his imagination running wild. But despite the attempts to make light of the situation, there was an undercurrent of tension that none of them could ignore. The soldiers who had been on watch the previous night knew what they had felt: an oppressive, almost malevolent presence that defied explanation. Private Johnson, one of the newer recruits, glanced around nervously. "You guys really think it was just his imagination? I mean, I don't know about you, but that place gives me the creeps." Doc, who had been unusually quiet, nodded slowly. "There's something off about this camp, something I can't quite put my finger on. It's like the air's too thick, you know, like it's choking you." Captain Donovan entered the area, his expression unreadable as he joined the group. The men quickly straightened up, their chatter subsiding as they focused on their commander. Donovan had heard the talk circulating through the ranks, and while he appreciated the attempts to keep morale up, he knew the seriousness of what had happened. "All right, listen up," Donovan began, his voice firm but calm. "I know some of you had a rough night. Whatever Red saw or didn't see, we're still here to do a job. We need to stay focused and keep our heads on straight." Smitty, ever the joker, tried to lighten the mood again. "So, Cap, are we hunting ghosts now? Maybe we should get Red a camera so he can prove it next time." A few men laughed, but Donovan's stern gaze silenced them quickly. He wasn't in the mood for jokes, and the men could sense it. "Keep it together, Smitty," Donovan said sharply. "This isn't a joke. I don't care what you believe. What matters is that we keep this camp secure. I expect every one of you to stay alert. No one slacks off. No one lets their guard down. Understood?" The men nodded, the gravity of Donovan's words sinking in. The tension that had been simmering beneath the surface came back, a reminder that whatever they were dealing with was not to be taken lightly. Tex set down his coffee cup, his expression more serious now. "Cap's right. We can't afford to get spooked. If there's something out there, we'll deal with it like we deal with everything else, with discipline and firepower." Despite the tension, the story of Red's ghostly encounter became the talk of the day, with soldiers teasing him whenever they had the chance. But beneath the humor, there was a shared understanding that the night ahead might bring more of the unknown. When evening fell, the mood in the camp shifted once more. The men who were assigned to the night watch exchanged uneasy glances, the memory of Red's story weighing heavily on them. No one wanted to admit it, but the idea of encountering the same figure, or worse, something they couldn't explain, was enough to make even the toughest among them anxious. As the camp settled into the night, the soldiers on duty were more vigilant than ever, their eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. No one dared to sleep on their watch, and even those who weren't on duty found it hard to drift off, their minds racing with thoughts of what might be lurking just beyond the trees. The camp had taken on a different atmosphere. The soldiers knew they were being watched, but by what or whom, they couldn't say. And though they tried to laugh it off during the day, the night was an entirely different story, one that none of them could escape. As night fell on the second day at the abandoned camp, the men of the first company found themselves more on edge than they had been the night before. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the thick foliage and towering trees casting long shadows that played tricks on their minds. The air was heavy with humidity, and a sense of foreboding hung over the camp like a dark cloud. The soldiers who had experienced strange occurrences the previous night were especially wary. They huddled around the dim light of their campfire, speaking in hushed tones about what they had seen and felt. Despite their attempts to brush off the events as mere figments of their imagination, the fear lingered just beneath the surface. Corporal Davis, one of the more seasoned soldiers, sat sharpening his knife while listening to the others talk. "I'm telling you," he said quietly, "there's something not right about this place. I don't care what anyone says, we're not alone here." Private Johnson, still shaken from the first night, nodded in agreement. "I felt it too. Davis, it's like there's something watching us, waiting for the right moment." Smitty, ever the skeptic, scoffed, "You guys are just letting your nerves get the best of you. We're in the middle of the jungle, for Christ's sake. Of course, it's going to feel creepy." But even Smitty couldn't entirely dismiss the unease he felt. The jungle was alive with the sounds of insects and distant animal calls, but every so often, there was a silence that felt unnatural, as if the very forest was holding its breath. As the night wore on, the soldiers began their shifts. Those on guard duty were particularly vigilant, their eyes darting to every shadow, every flicker of movement. The minutes seemed to drag on in 2 hours, and fatigue set in, but none of them dared to let their guard down. Around midnight, just as the jungle seemed to settle into an eerie stillness, Private Garcia, who was on watch, thought he saw something moving in the trees. His heart raced as he peered into the darkness, his hand tightening on his rifle. At first, he thought it was just an animal, but then he saw a faint, almost ghostly figure moving silently between the trees. "Did you see that?" Garcia whispered to his fellow soldier, privately, who was stationed nearby. Lee squinted into the darkness, but saw nothing. "See what? It's just the wind, Garcia. You're imagining things." But Garcia was certain of what he had seen. He could feel his pulse quickening, fear taking hold of him. He wanted to call out, to alert the others, but he hesitated, unsure if he would sound crazy. Just as he was about to say something, the figure seemed to vanish, melting back into the darkness as if it had never been there at all. Garcia was left staring into the void, his mind racing. The rest of the night passed slowly, with each soldier experiencing their own unsettling encounters, strange whispers on the wind, the feeling of being watched, and shadows that seemed to move on their own. By morning, the tension in the camp was palpable. When dawn finally broke, the soldiers gathered once again, this time in an even more subdued mood. The stories from the night before spread quickly, with each man recounting his own eerie experience. Some of the men laughed nervously, trying to downplay their fear, but it was clear that the night had taken a toll on them. Sergeant Carter, who had managed to get a few hours of sleep, joined the group with a serious expression. "All right, what's the latest ghost story? Or are we just going to keep scaring ourselves until we're all too freaked out to sleep?" Smitty, who had been one of the loudest skeptics, now wore a more thoughtful expression. "Maybe there's something to it. Sarge, Garcia here says he saw something last night. And it's not just him. A few others did too?" The men murmured in agreement, and Garcia, though still shaken, nodded. "I saw something. Sarge, it wasn't just in my head." Carter sighed, rubbing his temples. "Look, I don't know what's out there, but we can't let it get to us. We've got a job to do, and we need to stay focused. No more ghost stories, all right. At least not while we're on duty." Despite Carter's efforts to keep things in check, the stories persisted, and as the days turned into weeks, the strange occurrences continued. Some soldiers started to see the haunting experiences as part of life in the camp, while others were pushed to the brink, unable to shake the feeling that something malevolent was lurking in the shadows. As the weeks passed, the camp's reputation grew among the soldiers. Stories of ghostly apparitions, eerie sounds, and inexplicable occurrences became the stuff of legend. The men who rotated in for their shifts would often laugh off the tales, only to find themselves recounting their own experiences by the end of their stay. Private Thompson, a hardened veteran with no patience for superstition, found himself waking in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps outside his tent. He rushed outside, rifle in hand, only to find nothing but the still, suffocating darkness. When he returned to his tent, he swore he heard a whisper, faint and chilling, just before he fell back into an uneasy sleep. Corporal Davis, who had initially dismissed the stories as mere nerves, became one of the most vocal believers after he experienced a cold, ghostly hand brushing against his arm while he was on watch. The sensation left him rattled, and he began to carry a small charm his mother had given him for protection, something he had previously scoffed at. Even Smitty, who had mocked the others for their fear, started to sleep with a knife under his pillow. The once lively and cheerful soldier was now quieter, his laughter less frequent as the weight of the camp's strange happenings bore down on him. The nights grew longer and more difficult for the soldiers. Sleep became a rare commodity, as the fear of what might happen in the darkness kept them awake. Those assigned to the night watch would often refuse to sleep during the day, their nerves frayed from the constant strain of being on alert. And yet, despite the fear, the soldiers continued to laugh off their experiences when the sun was up. It became a coping mechanism, a way to keep the terror at bay. They would joke about the ghosts, daring each other to explore the darkest corners of the camp or to stand guard alone in the most haunted spots. But deep down, they all knew that the laughter was a thin veil, barely hiding the dread that consumed them. The abandoned camp had taken on a life of its own, and the soldiers were just visitors, passing through a place where the past refused to die. For 6 long months, the stories continued, each one more terrifying than the last. By the time their tour was over, the men of the first company were relieved to leave the camp behind. But the memories of what they had experienced lingered, haunting their thoughts long after they had returned to the safety of civilization, and the camp, with its dark history and restless spirits, remained waiting for the next group of soldiers to arrive, and for the cycle of fear and survival to begin anew. The Phantom Platoon. In the heart of the Vietnamese jungle during the height of the Vietnam War, a platoon of American soldiers is deployed deep into enemy territory. Their mission is a simple reconnaissance: observe, report, and return. But in the dense, suffocating jungle, where every shadow could hide a deadly threat, nothing is ever simple. The jungle, with its thick canopy and treacherous undergrowth, feels alive, breathing with the memories of countless battles fought and lost on its soil. The platoon is led by Captain Miller, a battle-hardened veteran who has seen too much of the horrors of war. His men are weary, their faces etched with the strain of countless firefights and the haunting memories of fallen comrades. Yet, they press on, knowing that to falter here could mean death not just from the enemy, but from the jungle itself. As night begins to fall, the jungle grows silent, unnervingly so. The usual cacophony of insects and distant animal calls fades away, replaced by a heavy, oppressive quiet. Private Harris, the platoon scout, is the first to sense it, a prickling on the back of his neck, as if unseen eyes are watching. He stops, signaling the platoon to halt. The men drop to a crouch, weapons at the ready, their breaths shallow and tense. "Captain, there's something out there," Harris whispers, his voice barely audible over the thudding of his own heartbeat. Miller moves up beside him, peering into the thick underbrush. There's nothing, just darkness and the suffocating humidity that clings to their skin. But then, out of the corner of his eye, Miller catches a glimpse of something movement, a shadow slipping between the trees. "Hold your fire," Miller orders, though his voice carries a strain of unease. The jungle has played tricks on them before, the mind conjuring phantoms from shadows. But this time, it feels different. The shadow was too solid, too real. As they push further into the jungle, the feeling of being watched intensifies. The men begin to hear whispers, faint and indistinct, carried on the breeze. It sounds like Vietnamese, but the words are garbled, distorted, as if spoken underwater. The whispers grow louder, more insistent, until they seem to be coming from all around them. Panic starts to set in, and the men grip their rifles tighter, their fingers twitching on the triggers. Suddenly, a shot rings out. Private Daniels, one of the newer recruits, fires blindly into the trees. The sound echoes through the jungle, and for a moment, everything is still. Then, from the darkness, the whispers return, this time filled with a malevolent glee. A shadowy figure emerges from the trees, a soldier in tattered fatigues, his face obscured by the darkness. But there's something wrong about him, something inhuman in the way he moves. The figure stops just at the edge of the clearing, staring at them with empty eyes. Then, as quickly as he appeared, he vanishes back into the jungle. The men are left in stunned silence, their hearts pounding in their chests. They don't talk about what they saw, but each of them knows they're not alone in this jungle. The platoon presses on, but the jungle seems to grow more hostile with each step. The air becomes thick and oppressive, and the undergrowth claws at their legs, as if trying to pull them down into the earth. The terrain becomes treacherous, with hidden pitfalls and tangled roots that trip them up. It's as if the jungle itself is trying to claim them. As they make camp for the night, the men huddle close together, their faces pale and drawn. They don't dare light a fire, too much risk of drawing enemy attention, but the darkness is suffocating. The jungle comes alive with strange noises, crackling branches, rustling leaves, and the occasional distant scream that sends shivers down their spines. Private Johnson, a quiet and stoic soldier, suddenly starts to mutter to himself. The others glance at him, but no one says anything. They all feel the same creeping dread. Johnson's muttering grows louder, more frantic, until he suddenly stands up, his eyes wild. "We're all going to die here," he says, his voice trembling with fear. "This place ... it's cursed. We're not the first, and we won't be the last." Before anyone can stop him, Johnson bolts into the jungle, disappearing into the darkness. The others call after him, but there's no response, only the ever-present whispers, growing louder and more insistent. They search for him until dawn, but Johnson is gone, swallowed by the jungle. The next day, the platoon is on edge, their nerves frayed. They continue their mission, but now the whispers seem to be coming from within their own minds, the words of fallen comrades and enemies alike. Each man is haunted by the ghosts of the past friends they've lost, innocents caught in the crossfire, and the countless faceless soldiers they've killed. As they march, the jungle begins to play tricks on them. They see figures in the distance, soldiers in old, blood-stained uniforms, standing still as statues. But when they approach, the figures vanish, leaving only the rustling of leaves and the faint scent of decay. Captain Miller tries to keep his men focused, but even he can't shake the feeling of dread that's settled over him. The jungle is playing with them, toying with their sanity. It feels like they're being herded, guided towards something, a final confrontation with the forces that haunt this cursed place. That night, as they try to rest, the jungle comes alive with the sound of battle gunfire, explosions, and the screams of the dying. But there's no enemy, no visible threat. The sounds echo through the trees, disorienting and terrifying the men. They were living past battles, forced to experience the horrors they've tried to forget. By the time they reach the edge of the jungle, only a handful of men are left, their minds shattered by the ordeal. They stumble into a clearing, where they find the remnants of an old battlefield, rusting weapons, decaying bodies, and the ghostly figures of soldiers long dead. Captain Miller realizes with horror that they've been led here by the spirits of those who died in this place, seeking to add the platoon to their ranks. The jungle was never the enemy, it was a graveyard, and they were the next victims. As the ghostly figures close in, the men prepare for a final stand. They know they can't win, but they refuse to go down without a fight. The battle that ensues is a blur of gunfire and screams, as the living clash with the dead in a desperate struggle for survival. In the end, only Miller is left, standing amidst the bodies of his men and the ghosts that surround him. He drops to his knees, exhausted and broken, as the jungle finally falls silent. The whispers fade, leaving only the sound of his ragged breathing. He knows he won't make it out alive. The jungle has claimed him, just as it has claimed so many others before. As the darkness closes in, Miller closes his eyes, ready to join the ranks of the fallen, his soul forever trapped in the haunted jungle. In the remote mountains of Afghanistan, a small, isolated outpost known as FOB Forward Operating Base, Falcon sat nestled among the rugged terrain. It was an American military base that had seen its fair share of combat, but recently, it had become the destination for a fresh rotation of soldiers, sent to relieve their war-weary comrades. The hum of the helicopter blades faded as it lifted off, leaving the new squad to stand in the dust of FOB Falcon. Captain Jonathan Hughes surveyed the small, makeshift base with a sense of unease. The mountains loomed over them, their peaks disappearing into the mist, making the place feel isolated from the world. Sergeant Ryan Thompson, who had been here before, greeted the outgoing squad leader with a firm handshake. "Welcome to Falcon," the sergeant said, his voice carrying an edge that made the new arrivals wary. "I see they sent you poor bastards to take our place." Private Eric Daniels, fresh-faced and wide-eyed, looked around the base, noting the worn-out expressions of the soldiers they were relieving. "It's quiet here," he remarked. "Too quiet," Sergeant Thompson replied. "You'll get used to it. Or maybe not. Depends on what you believe." As the day wore on, the squad settled into their new surroundings, stowing their gear and checking their equipment. That evening, around the campfire, the soldiers shared stories to pass the time. Thompson, always the one with the tale to tell, began to speak about the base. "You guys ever hear about the Mountain of Screams?" Thompson asked, his tone shifting to one of dark amusement. Rick Daniels leaned in, curious. "Mountain of Screams? What's that?" Thompson smirked. "It's what the locals call the range over there," he said, pointing to a series of jagged peaks in the distance. "They say it's cursed, that those mountains have a way of driving people mad. Soldiers who've spent too much time here start hearing things, seeing things." The men around the fire exchanged uneasy glances, but no one interrupted. Thompson continued, lowering his voice. "It's said that a long time ago, this place was home to a village. The people here were fiercely independent, and they resisted every invader who tried to take their land. But one winter, something happened. They say the villagers started to disappear, one by one. The ones who were left behind would hear screams echoing through the mountains at night, but they could never find the source. Eventually, the whole village vanished, leaving only empty homes in those damn mountains." Private Daniels shifted uncomfortably, trying to dismiss the story as just another scare tactic. But the older soldiers seemed to take it seriously. "They say," Thompson went on, "that the screams are the souls of those villagers, trapped in the mountains, and anyone who hears them is doomed to suffer the same fate." Captain Hughes, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. "That's just a story, Thompson. We've got enough real threats out here without worrying about ghost stories." Thompson nodded, but there was a knowing look in his eyes. "Maybe, sir, but strange things happen out here. Best keep your wits about you." The first night, that night, as the squad settled into their bunks, the eerie silence of the mountains pressed down on them. Daniels, lying awake, couldn't shake Thompson's story from his mind. The wind howled outside, and in the distance, he thought he heard a faint, high-pitched scream. He sat up, heart pounding, but the sound was gone as quickly as it had come. The rest of the night passed without incident, but the seed of fear had been planted. The second night. By the time the second night rolled around, the story of the Mountain of Screams had spread through the camp. Some soldiers laughed it off, making jokes and trying to lighten the mood. Others, especially those on the night shift, couldn't shake the feeling of dread. During the night watch, Private Daniels and Sergeant Thompson were stationed at one of the lookout posts. The wind had picked up, howling through the valley, and the sky was overcast, blocking out the moonlight. Daniels tried to keep his mind on the mission, but every rustle of leaves or distant sound made him jump. "You think there's any truth to that story?" he asked Thompson. The sergeant didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was grave. "I've been here long enough to know that there are things in this world we can't explain. You just have to learn to live with it." As the night wore on, the wind seemed to carry voices, whispers that were almost human, but twisted in a way that made the hair on the back of their necks stand up. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. "This is Bravo Post. We've got movement on the ridge, west side. Looks like people." Thompson grabbed the radio. "Copy that, Bravo. How many? Can't tell. They're in the shadows, but they're not moving right. Looks unnatural." Thompson and Daniels exchanged a look, then scanned the ridge with their night vision goggles. For a moment, Daniels thought he saw something figures moving in jerky, unnatural motions, like puppets on strings, but when he blinked, they were gone. "Stay sharp, Bravo," Thompson ordered. "We'll check it out at first light." For the rest of the night, the camp was on high alert. No one saw anything else, but the feeling of being watched never left them. The morning after. By morning, the story of the strange figures on the ridge had spread through the camp like wildfire. Some soldiers joked about it, trying to mask their unease with humor. But those who had been on watch during the night were quieter, their eyes betraying their anxiety. Around the breakfast table, the soldiers talked in hushed tones. Some dismissed it as nerves. Others speculated about what they might have seen. Captain Hughes, determined to maintain order, called for a meeting. "I know some of you had a rough night," he said. looking around at his men. "But we're soldiers, and we have a job to do. I don't want to hear any more talk of ghosts or curses. We'll focus on the mission and get through this rotation." "Understood." The men nodded, though their expressions were still tense. But, as the day wore on, and the sun began to set once more, the fear that had gripped them the night before began to creep back in. The mountains were quiet, too quiet, and the soldiers couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching and waiting. And so began their long, terrifying stint at FOB Falcon, where the line between myth and reality blurred, and the mountain of screams would haunt their every step. The year was 1968, one of the most intense periods of the Vietnam War. The American military unit known as Charlie Coyote received orders to penetrate deep into the jungles of Vietnam, tasked with locating and destroying a rumored Viet Cong base hidden in the thick, oppressive wilderness. As they trudged deeper into the jungle, the men of Charlie Coyote were enveloped by a suffocating darkness. The towering trees seemed to close in around them, their branches clawing at the soldiers as they passed. The air was thick with humidity, making every breath feel like a struggle. The jungle was alive with the sounds of insects and distant animal calls, but beneath it all was an eerie silence, as if the jungle itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Private Mikey Thompson, a young soldier from Alabama, couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. His heart pounded in his chest, not just from the exertion of the march, but from a deep-seated fear that gnawed at him. He glanced around at his comrades, seeing the same unease reflected in their eyes. They were all veterans, hardened by months of combat, but there was something about this place that unnerved them all. "Keep your eyes sharp, boys," Sergeant James Sarge Williams barked, his voice rough from years of barking orders. "This jungle ain't our friend, and neither is whatever's out there." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the jungle was swallowed by a blackness so complete it felt as though the world had ceased to exist. The soldiers set up camp, their flashlights casting long, flickering shadows that seemed to dance and shift in the darkness. The oppressive silence of the jungle was broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an unseen creature. That night, as the men of Charlie Coyote huddled around a small, flickering fire, the first signs of the jungle's malevolence began to manifest. Strange whispers drifted through the camp, carried on the wind, voices speaking in a language none of them could understand. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, their hands instinctively gripping their rifles tighter. "What the hell is that?" Private Anderson muttered, his voice trembling. "Just the wind, Anderson," Sarge replied, though even he sounded uncertain. "Get some sleep. We've got a long day ahead of us." But sleep didn't come easy for any of them. Every time one of the soldiers closed their eyes, they were haunted by visions of shadowy figures moving through the jungle, their eyes glowing like embers in the night. When morning finally came, the men were pale and exhausted, but they pushed on, driven by the need to complete their mission. By the third day, the tension had grown unbearable. The jungle seemed to be toying with them, leading them in circles, always just out of reach of their objective. The men were on edge, jumping at every sound, every movement in the underbrush. They were all experienced soldiers, but this was unlike any battle they had faced before. The enemy here wasn't just the Viet Cong, it was the jungle itself, a living, breathing entity that wanted them gone. As the sun began to set once more, casting long shadows through the dense foliage, Mikey noticed something unusual. A flash of white among the trees, just at the edge of his vision. He turned his head, squinting into the gloom, but saw nothing. Just as he was about to dismiss it as his imagination, he heard it a low, mournful wail that seemed to rise from the depths of the earth itself. "Did you hear that?" Mikey whispered, his voice barely audible. "What?" Private Harris asked, looking around nervously. That sound," Mikey replied, his voice shaking. Before Harris could respond, the wail came again, louder this time, echoing through the trees. It was a sound that seemed to pierce their very souls, filling them with a primal fear that they couldn't explain. "Form up," Sarge ordered, his voice cutting through the growing panic. The men quickly fell into formation, their rifles at the ready, eyes scanning the jungle for any sign of movement. But the only thing they saw was the darkness, pressing in on them from all sides. Then, without warning, something burst from the trees, a figure, clad in tattered, blood-stained rags, its face hidden beneath a filthy cloth. The soldiers opened fire, their bullets ripping through the air, but the figure didn't fall. It moved with an unnatural speed, darting between the trees, its mournful wail rising to a deafening pitch. "Fall back! Fall back!" Sarge shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of gunfire and the figure's wails. The soldiers retreated, their hearts pounding in their chests, but the figure pursued them, its cries echoing in their ears. Just as it seemed they would be overtaken, the figure suddenly vanished, leaving the soldiers standing in the middle of the jungle, their rifles still trained on the empty air. "What the hell was that?" Anderson gasped, his face pale and his hands shaking. "I don't know," Sarge replied, his voice grim. "But I think we just found out what happened to the last unit that came through here." The next few days passed in a blur of fear and exhaustion. The soldiers pushed deeper into the jungle, but the encounters with the wailing figure became more frequent. Each time it appeared, it seemed to grow bolder, coming closer and closer before disappearing into the darkness. The soldiers began to crack under the strain, their nerves frayed to the breaking point. Mikey started having nightmares, visions of the figure standing over him, its face finally revealed. But instead of a face, there was only a gaping void, an endless darkness that seemed to pull him in, suffocating him. He would wake up in a cold sweat, his heart pounding, but the feeling of dread never left him. The jungle, too, seemed to be closing in on them. The trees loomed higher, their branches intertwining to form a canopy so thick that not even the midday sun could penetrate it. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, the ground beneath their feet soft and treacherous. They moved in a constant state of paranoia, jumping at every rustle of leaves, every shadow that flickered at the edge of their vision. One night, as they camped near a small, murky river, the fog rolled in. Thick and impenetrable, it swallowed the camp, turning their world into a maze of shadows and half-seen shapes. Mikey sat by the fire, staring into the flames, trying to banish the visions that plagued him. But the fog seemed to seep into his very soul, clouding his thoughts, filling him with a sense of overwhelming dread. "Can't sleep either." "Huh," Sarge said, sitting down beside him. His face was lined with exhaustion, his eyes bloodshot. "No, sir," Mikey replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "Something's wrong here, Sarge, this place. It's like it's alive, like it's feeding off our fear." Sarge nodded, staring into the flames. "I've seen a lot of things in this war, Mikey, but nothing like this. It's like the jungle's playing tricks on us, making us see things that ain't there. Or maybe they are there, and we're the ones who ain't real." Mikey didn't know how to respond to that, so he just sat in silence, listening to the sounds of the jungle. The fog seemed to amplify everything: the rustling of leaves, the distant calls of animals, the whispers of the wind. But beneath it all, there was another sound, one that made his blood run cold. It was the wail, faint at first, barely audible, but growing louder with each passing second. Mikey's heart raced as he scanned the fog, but he saw nothing. The wail grew louder, more insistent, until it was all he could hear. He covered his ears, trying to block it out, but it was no use. The sound filled his mind, drowning out everything else. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the wail stopped. The fog began to lift, and Mikey found himself sitting by the fire, alone. Sarge was gone. The camp was empty. "Sarge," Mikey called out, his voice trembling. "Sarge, where are you?" But there was no response. The only sound was the crackling of the fire and the distant rustle of leaves. Mikey stood up, his heart pounding, and began to search the camp. But it was as if everyone had simply vanished, leaving no trace behind. Panic set in as Mikey realized he was alone, truly alone, in the heart of the jungle. The oppressive silence pressed in on him, and he felt as though the jungle itself was watching him, waiting for him to make a mistake. Mikey wandered through the jungle for what felt like hours, though he had no way of knowing for sure. Time seemed to lose all meaning in this place, where the sun never seemed to rise, and the night stretched on forever. The trees loomed over him, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes, their shadows reaching out like skeletal. The trees loomed over him, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes, their shadows reaching out like skeletal hands. Mikey's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, each more terrifying than the last. Where were his comrades? What had happened to Sarge? He felt like he was losing his grip on reality, his sanity slipping away with every step he took deeper into the heart of the jungle. As Mikey pressed on, the terrain grew more treacherous. The ground became soft and swampy, sucking at his boots with every step. The air was thick with the stench of rot, and the sounds of the jungle had taken on a sinister tone. Low growls, rustling leaves, and the ever-present whispers that seemed to come from all around him. In his mind, he replayed the events of the past few days over and over, trying to make sense of what was happening. The wailing figure, the disappearing soldiers, the strange fog, it all felt like a nightmare from which he couldn't wake. But as much as he wanted to believe it was all in his head, the fear that gripped him was very real. Hours passed, or perhaps it was days, Mikey couldn't tell anymore. His senses were dulled by exhaustion and fear, his body running on autopilot as he trudged through the jungle. But then, through the haze of his fatigue, he noticed something up ahead, a faint glow, like the flicker of a distant flame. With renewed hope, Mikey quickened his pace, stumbling through the underbrush toward the light. As he drew closer, the glow became clearer, revealing itself to be a small campfire, surrounded by figures huddled around it. Relief flooded Mikey's heart as he recognized the faces of his comrades. There was Anderson, Harris, and even Sarge, all sitting around the fire, their expressions blank and distant. Mikey rushed forward, collapsing to his knees beside them. "Thank God, you're all here," he gasped, his voice trembling with emotion. "I thought I was the only one left." But the soldiers didn't respond. They sat in eerie silence, staring into the flames as if entranced by them. Mikey reached out to shake Anderson's shoulder, but the moment his hand touched him, Anderson's body slumped forward, collapsing into a lifeless heap. Mikey recoiled in horror, realizing that the others were the same, lifeless, their bodies cold and stiff. The fire continued to burn, casting a sickly light on the scene, but there was no warmth, no life in the camp. A chill ran down Mikey's spine as he backed away from the bodies, his mind racing. What was happening? Was this another trick of the jungle, or had something truly sinister claimed his comrades? As Mikey stumbled away from the camp, the wail returned, louder and more insistent than before. It seemed to come from all directions, surrounding him, filling his mind with a cacophony of voices that spoke in a language he couldn't understand. The ground beneath him began to tremble, and the trees twisted and writhed as if alive. Mikey fell to the ground, clutching his head in agony as the wailing reached a deafening crescendo. His vision blurred, and the world around him seemed to dissolve into a swirling vortex of darkness and sound. He felt himself being pulled down into the abyss, the weight of the jungle's malevolence pressing down on him from all sides. And then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The wail, the tremors, the darkness, they all vanished, leaving Mikey lying in the mud, gasping for breath. The jungle was still, the oppressive silence returning as if nothing had happened, but something had changed. Mikey could feel it in the air, in the way the trees seemed to loom over him, watching, waiting. He knew now that he was alone, truly alone in this cursed place. His comrades were gone, claimed by the jungle or by whatever dark force inhabited it. Mikey knew he couldn't stay in the jungle any longer. If he did, he would surely lose his mind, or worse. He had to find a way out, but the jungle seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of trees and shadows. Driven by desperation, Mikey pushed himself to his feet and began to run. He didn't know where he was going or how far he could make it, but he had to try. The jungle closed in around him, the trees forming an impenetrable wall on either side, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. As he ran, the whispers returned, growing louder with each step. They spoke in a language he didn't understand, but the tone was unmistakable, mocking, taunting, as if the jungle itself was laughing at him. The wail, too, began to rise again, but this time it was different, less mournful, more malevolent, as if whatever was behind it had finally revealed its true nature. Mikey's breath came in ragged gasps as he pushed himself to the limit. His legs burned with exhaustion, but he didn't dare slow down. The wail was right behind him now, closing in on him with every step. The ground beneath his feet was treacherous, filled with roots and rocks that threatened to trip him up at any moment. And then, up ahead, he saw a clearing in the trees, a patch of open sky. Hope surged through Mikey's heart as he realized he had found a way out. He pushed himself harder, running toward the light with everything he had. But just as he reached the edge of the clearing, the ground gave way beneath him. Mikey let out a cry of terror as he fell, tumbling down a steep slope into a dark, narrow ravine. He landed hard, the wind knocked out of him as he hit the rocky ground. For a moment, Mikey lay there, dazed and disoriented, but the wail was still there, growing louder, echoing off the walls of the ravine. He forced himself to his feet, but his ankle gave out beneath him, sending him crashing back to the ground. Pain shot through his leg as he realized he had twisted his ankle in the fall. He was trapped, unable to run, with the wailing creature closing in on him. Despair washed over him as he realized this was the end. There was no escape from the jungle, no escape from the horrors that haunted it. As the wail reached its peak, Mikey looked up, seeing the figure emerge from the shadows at the edge of the ravine. It was the same as before, clad in tattered rags, its face hidden beneath a filthy cloth, but now it seemed larger, more menacing. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Mikey tried to crawl away, but his body refused to cooperate. The pain in his ankle was unbearable, and his strength was fading fast. The figure loomed over him, its presence suffocating, as it reached out with a skeletal hand. And then, in the darkness of the ravine, something strange happened. Mikey felt a surge of anger at the jungle, at the figure, at the war that had brought him to this cursed place. He wasn't going to die here, not like this, not without a fight. With the last of his strength, Mikey reached for his rifle, which had miraculously stayed with him through the fall. He aimed it at the figure, his hands shaking, but his resolve unbroken. "Come on, you son of a bitch," Mikey growled through gritted teeth. "Let's see what you've got." The figure paused, as if taken aback by Mikey's defiance. For a moment, the wail faltered, the jungle falling into an eerie silence. Then, with a sudden, inhuman speed, the figure lunged at Mikey. Mikey fired, the gunshot echoing through the ravine like thunder. The bullet hit its mark, striking the figure square in the chest. But instead of falling, the figure let out a blood-curdling scream, its body convulsing as it dissolved into a cloud of black smoke. The smoke swirled around Mikey, choking him, filling his lungs with a foul, acrid stench. He struggled to breathe, his vision dimming, his strength fading. But just as he thought he was done for, the smoke began to dissipate, thinning out until it was gone. Mikey lay on the ground, gasping for air, his mind reeling from what had just happened. The figure was gone, the wail silenced. The jungle, too, seemed to have lost its malevolent presence, the oppressive weight lifting from Mikey's shoulders. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was peace. When Mikey finally managed to drag himself out of the ravine, the sun was beginning to rise, casting a pale light over the jungle. The once terrifying forest now seemed almost tranquil, the horrors of the night fading with the darkness. But Mikey knew better. The jungle might look peaceful now, but he had seen its true face. He had fought its monsters, faced its demons, and somehow, against all odds, survived. As he limped back toward the direction he thought would lead him out of the jungle, the weight of what he had just endured bore down on him. Every step was a struggle, his body screaming in pain, but he couldn't stop. He had to get out. He had to make it back to base, to tell anyone what had happened. The jungle, now bathed in the early morning light, seemed almost serene, but Mikey knew it was just a facade. The shadows still clung to the undergrowth, and the trees whispered in a language he could not understand. The memory of his fallen comrades weighed heavily on him, and guilt gnawed at his conscience. Had he abandoned them? Was it his fault they had perished in this cursed place? Mikey's mind raced as he tried to piece together what had happened. He thought of Sarge's last words, of the strange symbols he had seen etched into the trees, and of the wailing figure that had haunted them from the start. There was something ancient and evil in this jungle, something that had been awakened by the war, and it was not done with him yet. As Mikey pressed on, he began to hear voices faint at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. They were the voices of his comrades, calling out to him, pleading for help. He stopped in his tracks, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew it couldn't be real. He had seen their lifeless bodies. But the voices were so convincing, so full of pain and desperation, that he couldn't help but listen. Mikey, help us, don't leave us. He turned around, scanning the jungle, but there was no one there. The voices echoed all around him, coming from every direction. Panic set in as he realized that he was still trapped in the jungle's grip, that the horrors he had faced were far from over. Mikey clenched his fists, trying to block out the voices, but they only grew louder, more insistent. He could hear Anderson's laugh, Harris's quiet muttering, and Sarge's barked orders, all twisted into a nightmarish chorus that drilled into his skull. He stumbled forward, trying to outrun the voices, but they followed him, taunting him, accusing him of abandoning them. You left us to die. Mikey, you let them take us. No, Mikey screamed, clutching his head as he fell to his knees. I didn't. I tried to save you. I tried. The jungle seemed to close in on him, the trees bending and warping into grotesque shapes. The shadows stretched and twisted, forming into the ghostly figures of his fallen comrades, their faces contorted in pain and anger. They reached out to him, their hands cold and clammy as they gripped his arms, pulling him down into the earth. You can't leave. Mikey, you're one of us now. Mikey fought against them, thrashing and screaming, but their grip was too strong. The ground beneath him opened up, revealing a dark, bottomless pit, and the ghostly hands dragged him closer to the edge. He could feel the cold, suffocating darkness reaching up to claim him, to pull him down into the abyss where his comrades had been lost. In that moment, something snapped in Mikey's mind. The fear, the guilt, the grief, it all melted away, replaced by a burning rage. He wasn't going to let the jungle take him. He wasn't going to become one of its lost souls. With a primal roar, Mikey lashed out at the ghostly figures, his fists connecting with nothing but air. But his defiance was enough to break their hold, and he scrambled to his feet, backing away from the pit as the figures melted back into the shadows. The voices still whispered in his ears, but Mikey refused to listen. He knew now what he had to do. He had to leave this place, to return to the world of the living, no matter what it took. The jungle was a place of death, of madness, but he wasn't dead yet, and he wasn't going to let it take him without a fight. With renewed determination, Mikey turned and began to run. The jungle tried to slow him down, to trip him up with roots and branches, but he didn't stop. The voices faded into the background, replaced by the pounding of his heart and the sound of his own breath. He was close now. He could feel it, the edge of the jungle. The border between this nightmare and the world beyond was just ahead. And then, through the trees, he saw a break in the canopy, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the darkness. Mikey pushed himself harder, his legs burning with the effort, but he didn't care. He was almost there. He could almost taste the fresh air, feel the warmth of the sun on his skin. But just as he reached the edge of the jungle, something grabbed his ankle. Mikey cried out in pain as he was yanked back, his body hitting the ground with a thud. He twisted around, his eyes wide with terror, as he saw the wailing figure rising from the shadows, its skeletal hands wrapped around his leg. "No, let me go," Mikey screamed, kicking out at the figure, but it held on tight, dragging him back into the jungle. Mikey fought with everything he had, but the figure was relentless, its grip unyielding. The light of the sun was just out of reach, but it might as well have been a million miles away. He could feel the darkness closing in around him, the jungle's malevolent presence pressing down on him, crushing him. And then, in a final act of desperation, Mikey reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, tarnished medallion, his mother's St. Christopher medal. He had carried it with him throughout the war, a symbol of protection, of hope. With a silent prayer, Mikey thrust the medal at the figure, pressing it against its bony hand. There was a blinding flash of light, and the figure let out an ear-piercing shriek, its grip on Mikey loosening. Mikey didn't hesitate. He kicked free and scrambled toward the light, his body moving on pure instinct. The figure recoiled, retreating into the shadows, its wail fading into the distance as Mikey broke through the last of the trees and into the open air. The sunlight hit him like a wave, warm and comforting, washing away the cold and the fear. Mikey collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his body trembling with exhaustion and relief. He had made it. He was out. He was alive. But, as he lay there, staring up at the clear blue sky, Mikey knew that the jungle had left its mark on him. He would never forget the horrors he had faced, the friends he had lost, the darkness that had almost consumed him. The war had taken a piece of his soul, and the jungle had taken another. And as Mikey finally got to his feet and began the long walk back to base, he knew that he would carry the scars of this nightmare with him for the rest of his life. The jungle might be behind him, but its shadows would haunt him forever. Weeks later, when Mikey finally made it back to base, he was a changed man. The once jovial soldier was now quiet and withdrawn, his eyes haunted by what he had seen. The other soldiers whispered about him, saying that he had gone mad in the jungle, that he had seen things no man should see. Mikey didn't care about the rumors. He didn't care about the pitying looks or the concerned questions. He had survived, but at what cost? The jungle had taken something from him that he would never get back. As the war dragged on, Mikey threw himself into his duties, trying to forget, trying to move on. But the memories of that night in the jungle never left him. They haunted his dreams, creeping into his thoughts when he least expected it. And no matter how hard he tried, he could never shake the feeling that the jungle was still out there, waiting for him, calling to him. In the end, Mikey knew that he had escaped the jungle, but he had never truly left it behind. The war might have ended, but for Mikey, the battle was far from over. The legendary Thai soldiers. During the Vietnam War, the commander of the North Vietnamese Army issued a leaflet to warn their soldiers about identifying different enemy forces. The instructions were as follows: if they encounter an enemy that fires at them, stops periodically, and receives artillery support, they are facing American soldiers. If they encounter an enemy that fires at them and then crawls or takes cover, they are facing South Vietnamese soldiers. If they encounter an enemy that fires at them and remains stationary, they are facing Laotian soldiers. If they encounter an enemy that fires at them without artillery or air support, does not take cover, crawl, or retreat, and continuously charges at them with some soldiers seemingly impervious to bullets, they must be cautious as they are facing Thai soldiers. There is a legend of ghost soldiers that arose at a base of the Thai Royal Tiger Army in South Vietnam. The North Vietnamese attempted to overrun this base dozens of times, but failed. Consequently, they dispatched the 21st Suicide Battalion, the only battalion of the North Vietnamese Army that had never been defeated by any force, including the Americans and South Vietnamese. This battalion was notorious for its ferocity and cruelty, known for torturing prisoners using the Russian roulette method. where one bullet is placed in a revolver and fired at random. On a clear morning, the 600 soldiers of the 21st Suicide Battalion launched a surprise attack on the Thai base, catching the 150 Thai soldiers off guard. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, the battle lasted over an hour, resulting in the North Vietnamese retreating with heavy losses. Over 100 of their soldiers were killed, and 16 severely wounded ones were unable to escape. On the Thai side, only one soldier was killed and 5 were slightly injured. This battle became widely known, and the commanders of the South Vietnamese and American forces praised the bravery of the Thai soldiers via radio broadcasts. A week later, it was rumored that the commander of the 21st Suicide Battalion committed suicide in his bunker. Meanwhile, the Thai Royal Tiger Army soldiers received 35 bravery medals for their valor. We, the later generations, salute the brave Thai soldiers who defended our homeland. The Thai soldiers during the Indochina War demonstrated their miraculous invincibility in numerous battles. One notable example, as recounted by Professor Waruni Pataksanakorn in the Sirichai newspaper from Los Angeles, USA, described the invincibility and magic of Thai amulets and talismans. According to her, the power of these artifacts, enhanced by ancient beliefs and rituals, was evident in the past and remains significant today. In the Indochina War, high-level consecration rituals conducted by 4 renowned monks were credited with aiding the Thai soldiers in achieving victory. These rituals, which lasted 12 hours and were conducted at Wat Boana Wet Vihara, were said to have endowed the soldiers with supernatural protection. After the ritual, the consecrated amulets and talismans were tested for their effectiveness. It was said that the first test showed immediate results, affirming their power. These magical items and the monks' consecration were believed to have made Thai soldiers invincible in battles, leading to them being labeled as ghost soldiers. One such example occurred when the Thai army had to capture Siem Reap. Despite facing well-equipped and experienced enemy forces, the Thai soldiers were unharmed by bullets or blades, leading to the enemy fleeing in panic. This incident, along with other similar stories, reinforced the belief in the power of the consecrated amulets. The 4 monks responsible for these powerful rituals were Luangpor Chuan Opasi, Luangpor Chong from Wat Bang Pang, Luangpor Jod from Wat Bang Krapao, Luangpor Chong from Wat Narding Nok. The Thai soldiers, who were often referred to as ghost soldiers to their seemingly supernatural invincibility, were said to have carried amulets and talismans that had been consecrated by these 4 revered monks. These amulets were believed to provide protection and blessings that made the soldiers immune to bullets and other forms of harm during combat. Stories about the extraordinary invulnerability of these Thai soldiers spread quickly among both their allies and enemies. One such tale involved a battle where the Thai soldiers were ambushed but emerged unscathed despite a hail of gunfire. Eyewitnesses claimed that bullets appeared to bounce off their bodies or change direction midair. The stunned enemy forces, unable to comprehend the apparent invincibility of the Thai troops, often retreated in fear. The belief in the power of these amulets was not just a morale booster, but also a psychological weapon. It instilled fear and hesitation in the enemy while bolstering the confidence and courage of the Thai soldiers. These soldiers were not only fighting a physical war, but also waging a psychological and spiritual battle, which they often seemed to win. The amulets themselves varied in form and origin. Some were small Buddha images, others were inscribed metal or clay tablets, and some were even simple pieces of cloth imbued with sacred texts and blessings. Each amulet was believed to carry a unique set of powers, ranging from protection against physical harm to enhancing bravery and ensuring safe return from battle. The rituals performed by the monks to consecrate these amulets were deeply rooted in Thai Buddhist practices and often involved intricate ceremonies, chanting, and the use of holy water and sacred oils. These rituals were believed to invoke the protective power of the Buddha and various deities, infusing the amulets with their blessings. One particularly famous ritual involved the immersion of the amulets in a sacred pond, believed to be blessed by the spirits of ancient warriors. This act was thought to transfer the strength and protection of these spirits to the soldiers who wore the amulets. Many soldiers reported feeling an overwhelming sense of peace and invincibility after receiving their consecrated amulets. The legend of the ghost soldiers became a part of Thai military folklore, passed down through generations. Veterans of the Indochina War often recounted their experiences and the miraculous protection afforded by the amulets to younger soldiers. These stories served as both inspiration and a reminder of the power of faith and tradition in the face of adversity. The legacy of the ghost soldiers and their mystical amulets continued to influence Thai military culture long after the Indochina War. New generations of soldiers still sought the blessings of monks and carried amulets into battle, maintaining the tradition and the belief in their protective power. The amulets, along with the stories of invincibility, became a symbol of the unyielding spirit and courage of the Thai military. In modern times, while the role of such amulets in providing physical protection may be viewed with skepticism, their psychological impact remains significant. They continue to serve as a source of comfort, strength, and morale for soldiers, embodying a deep connection to their cultural and spiritual heritage. The Phantom Platoon. During the Vietnam War, many stories emerged about ghostly encounters and eerie phenomena experienced by soldiers. One such story, often recounted by veterans, revolves around the mysterious disappearance and haunting of a platoon known as the Phantom Platoon. This tale, grounded in real wartime accounts, brings together the horror of combat and the supernatural. In late 1967, a platoon from the 101st Airborne Division was tasked with a reconnaissance mission deep in the Quang Tro province, a hotbed of North Vietnamese Army activity. Led by Lieutenant John Thompson, the platoon of 30 men ventured into the dense jungle, their objective clear but perilous. They were to locate and report on enemy movements and supply lines. The soldiers, battle-hardened yet cautious, moved silently through the oppressive jungle. For the first few days, the mission proceeded without incident. However, on the third night, radio contact with the platoon was abruptly lost. Attempts to re-establish communication failed, and a search mission was quickly organized. A second platoon was dispatched to find the missing soldiers. The search team, led by Captain Richard Foster, advanced into the same area, only to encounter an eerie silence. The jungle, usually alive with the sounds of wildlife, seemed unnaturally still. As the search continued, they discovered abandoned equipment and supplies, but no sign of the soldiers. Tracks led deeper into the jungle, but soon disappeared altogether. The men began to feel an unsettling presence, as if they were being watched. Some soldiers reported hearing whispers and seeing shadowy figures flitting through the trees. On the fourth night of the search, the team set up camp. During the midnight watch, Private Michael Collins reported seeing ghostly figures moving at the edge of the camp. At first, he thought it was the missing platoon. But as he approached, he saw that the figures were translucent, their features distorted and eyes hollow. The apparition of Lieutenant Thompson appeared, his face twisted in agony. He spoke in a haunting whisper, warning Collins of a nearby enemy ambush. Collins, frozen with fear, managed to alert Captain Foster. Despite skepticism, Foster decided to take precautionary measures. Moments later, they were ambushed by an NVA patrol, but thanks to the warning, they repelled the attack with minimal casualties. After the ambush, the soldiers were convinced that the missing platoon was trying to communicate from beyond the grave. The jungle seemed to close in on them, the air thick with an unspoken dread. As they pressed on, the apparitions became more frequent and more desperate, as if trying to convey an urgent message. Sergeant Thomas Blake, a pragmatic and experienced soldier, started piecing together the signs. He concluded that the ghosts were leading them to the site of their last stand. Following the ghostly apparitions, the team discovered a hidden cave. Inside, they found the remains of the missing platoon, along with evidence of a brutal firefight. In the cave, they found journals and notes left by Lieutenant Thompson detailing their encounter with a powerful NVA unit. The platoon had fought valiantly but were overwhelmed. The last entries were haunting, describing strange, otherworldly visions and a sense of impending doom. The soldiers gave the fallen a proper burial and set up camp nearby. That night, the apparitions appeared one last time, more peaceful than before. Lieutenant Thompson's ghost saluted Captain Foster, and then the spirits faded into the jungle, seemingly at rest. The tale of the phantom platoon spread among the troops, a chilling reminder of the horrors of war and the thin line between life and death. Captain Foster, now retired, often reflects on the mission. He believes that the spirits of those brave men still watch over the jungle, ensuring that their story is never forgotten. The shadows of Echo Ridge. Deep within the dense jungles of Vietnam lies Echo Ridge, an abandoned military outpost long forgotten by time. Established during the Vietnam War, Echo Ridge was a site of fierce battles and untold suffering. According to local legends, the camp is cursed, haunted by the spirits of those who met violent ends. These restless souls are said to roam the grounds, trapped between the realms of the living and the dead. Captain Robert Blake, a highly respected officer known for his strategic mind and unwavering courage, was tasked with leading a team to Echo Ridge. His team included Lieutenant Ava Thompson, a determined and resourceful officer with a knack for problem solving; Sergeant Liam Chen, a seasoned soldier with extensive knowledge of Vietnamese folklore; Corporal Daisy Nguyen, a young, enthusiastic medic with a deep interest in local history; Private Ian Collins, a rookie with a strong sense of duty but little experience in the field. Their mission was to assess the structural integrity of the camp and determine whether it could be used as a new base of operations. The team was warned of the camp's eerie reputation, but chose to proceed with their task. The journey to Echo Ridge was fraught with danger. Dense foliage, hidden traps, and the constant threat of enemy forces made the trek challenging. The team's guide, a local named Wang, shared chilling stories about the camp's haunted past. Echo Ridge is not just a place of war, it is a place of sorrow and unrest, Wang said, his voice tinged with fear. As they arrived at Echo Ridge in the late afternoon, a sense of foreboding settled over the team. The camp was eerily silent, the only sound being the distant cries of jungle animals. The sun cast long shadows over the desolate buildings, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. As night fell, the team set up their camp near the old command center. The jungle's nocturnal sounds seemed amplified by the darkness. They gathered around a fire, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled over them. Sergeant Chen, trying to lighten the mood, began sharing stories about the local legends. There are tales of spirits that cannot move on, he said. They linger here, bound by the pain and suffering of their deaths. Private Collins, clearly spooked, asked, "Do you really believe in these stories?" Chen shrugged. "I believe in the power of this land. It has memories, and sometimes those memories come alive." Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden chill in the air. The fire flickered, and a mournful wail echoed through the camp. Lieutenant Thompson, on guard duty, spotted a shadowy figure at the edge of the clearing. She blinked, and it was gone. The following morning, the team began their inspection of the camp. They found an old bunker partially buried by overgrowth. Inside, the air was thick with dust and decay. Old equipment and personal belongings were strewn about, evidence of the violence that had occurred there. Corporal Nguyen discovered a journal belonging to a soldier named Jack Miller, who had served at Echo Ridge. The journal detailed the soldiers' growing fear of the supernatural occurrences in the camp. The last entry was a desperate plea for help, revealing the soldiers' belief that the spirits were becoming increasingly malevolent. As they examined the bunker, the temperature suddenly dropped. The team felt an oppressive presence and heard whispers coming from the walls. The shadows seemed to move on their own, and a figure appeared briefly, staring at them with hollow eyes before vanishing. While exploring further, they stumbled upon an old cemetery, its crosses weathered and broken. The graves were marked with simple wooden plaques, many of them illegible. Sergeant Chen identified the cemetery as the final resting place of many soldiers who had died at Echo Ridge. The team felt a profound sense of unease. Lieutenant Thompson suggested performing a ritual to honor the dead and hopefully appease the spirits. They left offerings of food and incense at the graves, but the atmosphere remained tense. As night fell, the air grew heavy, and the whispers returned, more insistent than before. The team was on edge, their nerves frayed by the constant presence of the supernatural. Desperate to bring peace to the restless spirits, the team decided to perform a more elaborate ritual. They enlisted Hong's help to conduct a traditional ceremony, hoping it would calm the spirits. The ritual involved chanting, the burning of incense, and placing offerings of fruit and flowers on the graves. The jungle seemed to hold its breath as the ceremony progressed. For a moment, the whispers ceased, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly. But as they completed the ritual and prepared to leave, the ground trembled, and a chilling wind swept through the camp. The spirits were not appeased. Instead, they seemed angered, their presence growing more malevolent. On their final night at Echo Ridge, the team encountered the most intense supernatural activity yet. The shadows grew darker, and ghostly figures appeared more frequently. The whispers turned into anguished screams, echoing through the camp. Lieutenant Thompson and Sergeant Chen heard footsteps behind them as they patrolled the perimeter. When they turned around, no one was there. The sounds grew louder, and the figures became more defined, their faces twisted in pain. Private Collins and Corporal Nguyen, left alone in the command center, felt a cold hand touch their shoulders. They turned to find an apparition of a soldier, his eyes filled with sorrow. The ghost spoke in a whisper, "Help us. Find peace." The team was exhausted and terrified. They knew they had to leave, but the spirits seemed determined to keep them there. As the team prepared to leave Echo Ridge, they were confronted by the full force of the camp's supernatural inhabitants. The spirits seemed to manifest their pain and anger, appearing as shadowy figures that reached out with ghostly hands. Lieutenant Thompson led the team in a frantic escape. Navigating through the dense jungle, the spirits pursued them, their cries growing louder and more desperate. The team finally reached their extraction point, but not before experiencing the full brunt of Echo Ridge's haunting. Back at their base, the team tried to make sense of their experience. They found themselves haunted by the memories of Echo Ridge, plagued by nightmares and a deep sense of unease. Captain Blake decided to document their experiences, hoping to share the truth about Echo Ridge and the spirits that dwelled there. His report detailed the supernatural encounters and the unrelenting presence of the restless souls. The story of Echo Ridge became a cautionary tale for future military personnel and paranormal investigators. The camp was left undisturbed, a haunting reminder of the violence and suffering that had occurred there. Years later, Captain Blake's account of Echo Ridge was published as a book titled The Shadows of Echo Ridge. The book received widespread attention, drawing interest from both historians and paranormal enthusiasts. The camp became a site of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand its dark history and the spirits that lingered there. The haunting of Echo Ridge continued to captivate and terrify, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the supernatural. The team's experiences became a part of the camp's legend, ensuring that the story of Echo Ridge would never be forgotten. Even after the book's publication, the haunting of Echo Ridge persisted. The jungle continued to whisper its secrets, and the spirits of the camp remained restless. Captain Blake, now retired, often reflected on his experiences and wondered about the fate of the spirits he had encountered. The legacy of Echo Ridge lived on, a chilling reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. The camp stood as a monument to the past, its ghosts forever bound to the echoes of their tragic end. The Silent Watchers. In the waning days of the Vietnam War, a reconnaissance unit led by Captain Mark Harris is tasked with scouting enemy positions near the Laotian border. The jungle is dense, and the air is thick with tension as the team prepares for their mission. They are aware of the dangers posed by both the North Vietnamese Army NVA and the reputed supernatural forces lurking within the jungle. The team consists of seasoned soldiers and a few new recruits. Among them is Private Alex Morgan, a fresh-faced soldier eager to prove himself. The night before their departure, the soldiers gather around a small fire, sharing stories and trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. The local villagers had warned them about wandering spirits, particularly those of soldiers who died violently in the jungle, forever trapped in the afterlife. At dawn, the unit begins their march. The jungle is a labyrinth of thick foliage and twisted vines, with barely any sunlight piercing through the canopy. As they move deeper into enemy territory, the soldiers feel an uncanny silence envelop them. The sounds of the jungle chirping insects, rustling leaves seem to fade into an eerie hush. During the first night, the soldiers set up camp in a small clearing. Each man takes a turn on watch, scanning the dark jungle for any signs of movement. Private Morgan, on his first watch, hears soft whispers drifting through the air. He turns his flashlight toward the source, but sees nothing. His heart pounds as the whispers grow louder, seeming to come from all around him. He shakes it off as nerves and focuses on his duty. The second day brings its own challenges. The unit finds signs of NVA activity at a recently abandoned camp and footprints leading deeper into the jungle. They follow the trail cautiously. That night, the soldiers camp near a small stream. As they settle in, the whispers from the night before return, louder and more insistent. Private Morgan confides in Sergeant James Davis, the unit's no-nonsense veteran. Davis dismisses it as the jungle playing tricks on their minds. However, as they talk, they both see a faint glow in the distance. Intrigued and unnerved, they decide to investigate. They find a small clearing with an ancient, moss-covered shrine. The air is cold, and an overwhelming sense of sadness permeates the area. They quickly return to camp, their nerves frayed. On the third day, the unit encounters an NVA patrol. A fierce firefight ensues, leaving casualties on both sides. They manage to push back the enemy, but at a high cost. Exhausted and demoralized, they set up camp for the night. The whispers return, now accompanied by shadowy figures flitting between the trees. Private Morgan is on edge. As he takes his watch, he sees a figure standing at the edge of the camp. He raises his rifle and calls out, but the figure does not move. Heart pounding, he approaches cautiously, only to find nothing but empty air. Suddenly, he feels a cold hand on his shoulder. He spins around, finding himself face to face with a ghostly apparition of a soldier, eyes hollow and full of sorrow. Morgan stumbles back, firing his weapon blindly. The shots wake the camp, and the soldiers scramble to arms. The ghostly figures surround them, watching silently. Captain Harris orders the men to hold their fire, sensing that these apparitions are not here to harm them. Instead, they seem to be warning them of something. The next day, the unit presses on, but the atmosphere is tense. The soldiers speak in hushed tones, haunted by the previous night's events. They find themselves in a narrow valley, perfect for an ambush. As they advance, the ghostly whispers return, urgent and frantic. Captain Harris senses the danger and orders the unit to fall back. Just then, an NVA ambush is sprung. The unit fights fiercely, but the ghosts reappear, seeming to guide their movements. Bullets pass through the apparitions harmlessly, but the spirits lead the soldiers to safety, helping them evade the NVA forces. Exhausted and with dwindling supplies, the unit decides to head back to their base. The jungle seems less oppressive now, the shadows less menacing. The soldiers are grateful for the supernatural intervention that saved their lives, though they do not fully understand it. Private Morgan reflects on the mission as they march back. The ghosts of the jungle, once feared, have become their silent guardians. He vows to honor their memory, knowing that the jungle will always be a place of both danger and mystery. Years later, Captain Mark Harris, now retired, sits on his porch, reminiscing about his time in Vietnam. He recalls the mission that changed his perspective on life and death. The jungle, with its ghostly inhabitants, taught him that not all battles are fought with weapons, and not all enemies are flesh and blood. As he watches the sunset, he silently thanks the silent watchers of the jungle, those spirits who once walked beside him, guiding and protecting him and his men in their darkest hour. In the cold embrace of winter, Captain David Thompson led his team of soldiers on a training exercise in a remote mountainous region. The mission was simple yet challenging: navigate treacherous terrain, practice survival skills, and return in 2 days. His team included Sergeant Mark Johnson, Corporal Susan Miller, Private John Lewis, and Private Emily Davis. They were a well-trained, disciplined group, though the haunting tales of the area lurked in the back of their minds. As they set out, the snow crunched under their boots, and the cold wind bit at their faces. The forest was dense, with towering trees that blocked out most of the sunlight. As they trudged through the snow, they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. Several hours into their trek, Corporal Miller halted suddenly. "Captain, you need to see this," she called out, pointing to the ground. The team gathered around to find an enormous footprint, far larger than any known animal in the region. The print was fresh, the edges sharp in the undisturbed snow. "Is it a bear?" Private Lewis asked, his voice tinged with unease. Captain Thompson shook his head, examining the depth and unusual shape of the print. "I don't think so," he replied, his brows furrowed in thought. They photographed the footprint, noting its size and the direction it led. By evening, they reached their first checkpoint and set up camp. The air was crisp and clear, stars twinkling in the night sky. As they prepared for the night, a sense of unease settled over them. Sergeant Johnson and Private Davis took the first watch, their breath visible in the cold air. The forest was eerily silent, the only sounds the occasional rustle of leaves and distant animal calls. Suddenly, a loud snap echoed through the trees, followed by the sound of something large moving. Johnson and Davis exchanged tense glances, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. "Probably just the wind," Davis muttered, though her voice lacked conviction. The next morning, the team resumed their journey, the unease from the previous night still lingering. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they found more of the massive footprints, each one leading them further into the unknown. The path led them to a clearing with broken trees. The ground churned up as if something huge had passed through. Captain Thompson examined the scene, his concern growing. "Something big is out here," he said quietly. The team pressed on, their senses heightened, every shadow and sound taking on new significance. As night fell, they made their second camp. This time, Thompson and Miller took the first watch. The night was colder, and the forest seemed even more menacing. Suddenly, a loud thud and the sight of a large tree swaying violently caught their attention. "Did you see that?" Miller whispered, gripping her rifle tightly. Thompson nodded, his eyes scanning the darkness. They woke the others, and the team huddled together, their flashlights creating small islands of light in the vast darkness. Without warning, a series of loud crashes surrounded them. Trees shook as if something enormous was moving through the forest. The soldiers' flashlights revealed fleeting glimpses of a massive, shadowy figure darting between the trees. "What the hell is that?" Lewis shouted, panic evident in his voice. Deciding it was too dangerous to stay, Captain Thompson ordered a retreat. They quickly packed their gear and began their descent, constantly looking over their shoulders. The crashing sounds followed them for hours until they finally reached the base camp at dawn. Back at headquarters, the soldiers reported their encounter. Skepticism was met with the physical evidence of the massive footprints they had photographed. The mission was officially recorded as an unexplained incident, and the area was marked as off-limits for future exercises. The tale of the Yeti encounter spread through the ranks, serving as a chilling reminder of the unknown lurking in the remote wilderness. While some dismissed it as mere legend, those who experienced it knew better. Something immense and terrifying roamed the forest, hidden from the eyes of mankind. During that time, I have to say that when talking about the war, I will not refer to anything inappropriate. Back then, it can be said that Kanpui was also regretful because after participating in the war for a while, it was rumored that Thai soldiers were very skilled and highly respected. They were so respected that they were nicknamed high soldiers, meaning they were extremely skilled. This was understood by foreign soldiers as well. Similarly, on the enemy's side, there was a unit referred to as beasts, almost like demons, because they were equally skilled. Let's say if we respected Thai soldiers, we wondered why they were so esteemed. There was an incident in a town called Sukhothai where Thai soldiers of the Cobra unit fought against the enemy at a ratio of about 6-1 or 5-1. Despite these odds, the Thai side lost only one soldier, while the enemy lost around 400 to 500 in battles. The soldiers had to distinguish between different units and countries to avoid friendly fire. On the enemy's side, they had a rule that if they heard shooting and then it stopped, they knew it was American soldiers. If the shooting was followed by crawling, it was South Vietnamese soldiers. If there was shooting and then complete silence, it was Laotian soldiers. But if there was shooting and continuous advance despite heavy casualties, that was Thai soldiers. In one mission, the task was to patrol, and this marked the beginning of the story. They moved in a formation called V, with the left and right wings elevated. The lead soldier was instructed to stop at a tree, but suddenly there was an explosion from the left side, and the entire wing was hit by explosions. The narrator was fortunate to be behind a large tree, which protected him from the blast. The narrator, shocked and disoriented, saw his close friend and fellow soldier already down from the explosion. He managed to run and take cover, but he was left stunned and unable to react for a while. In the chaos, he couldn't move and was overwhelmed by the situation. Side by side, using the phrase "guts spilled out," the letters wouldn't survive, but they would still talk as if in their last breath. At the moment of the incident, it was tragic, and they couldn't go anywhere. Their legs were injured. Meanwhile, the air was quite cold and getting darker. No need to mention lights. There were none. Only flashes came when someone fired a shot or launched a rocket over the hill. He was sitting, leaning against a tree, exhausted and not knowing what to do. While consciousness faded in and out, he hoped that when the light flashed, he might see someone standing or sitting nearby. He was happy to have company, but when the light flashed, he saw someone sitting up, which made him hopeful. However, as the light dimmed, they vanished. The soldiers heard the sound of approaching steps and hoped it was their comrades, but deep down, they knew it was the enemy. The enemy soldiers moved slowly, one by one, stabbing downwards as if checking for survivors. They came closer and closer. He thought to himself that anyone who sat up was doomed. When a beam of light hit someone sitting, he saw the enemy stab, and the person would disappear, seemingly dissolving. He believed he was witnessing the souls of his comrades leaving their bodies. He couldn't do anything in the darkness, but chant prayers in both Thai and Vietnamese, despite not knowing the Vietnamese prayers well. Growing up in Thailand, he recited Thai prayers. He imagined that if these were Thai soldiers, they would have amulets for protection. But being here, he had to accept his fate. The cold air made it hard to breathe. He felt the presence of someone approaching from behind, thinking they would slit his throat. He heard the footsteps coming closer, and as they reached the tree, he stopped breathing. The hand over his mouth, he resigned himself to his fate, expecting death, but instead of a knife, the person whispered to him in broken Vietnamese, telling him to be quiet. He was confused, thinking he was about to die, but then he was pulled up and told they would be taken away. The person who took him had a plan. They were to be taken to a pit where bodies were thrown. After an hour, they heard someone being dragged out of the pit. The enemy soldiers laughed and played with their guns, sometimes firing, sometimes just clicking the triggers. It was a deadly game of Russian roulette. One by one, they fired, and he heard the screams of those who were hit. As the soldiers came to his pit, they looked inside and spoke to each other. He couldn't understand the language, but sensed they were deciding who would be next. They pulled out a few bodies and continued their game. He was in the pit, praying and hoping he wouldn't be next. He heard footsteps again and saw a figure approach, but this time it was different. It was a man with a radio, dressed in what seemed like the enemy's uniform. He whispered to them, telling them to follow him quietly. They followed the man, who turned out to be a South Vietnamese soldier disguised in the enemy's uniform. He had a plan to lead them to safety. The group of 4 soldiers followed him through the darkness. They moved quietly, trying to avoid detection. The man with the radio, whom they started calling Lao, led them through a narrow path. Lao had been in the area long enough to know where to go. He had a radio to communicate with the planes above. Lao signaled them to stop near a tree. He climbed a tree and looked around. They waited anxiously. Then, he signaled again and they continued. They reached a riverbank, and Lao told them to wait. The rain started to pour heavily. They hid under some large leaves, trying to stay dry. Lao went to check the area. While waiting, they saw someone coming from the water. It was a woman. The American soldiers were surprised. She was beautiful, with long hair and smooth skin, even in the rain. The Thai soldier whispered to them, "Isn't she beautiful?" The American soldiers were confused. They asked Lao why he was using a woman as a guide. Lao explained she was his daughter, and she knew the area well. The American soldiers were still puzzled, but had no choice but to follow. They crossed the river and continued their journey. Lao's daughter led the way, moving gracefully even in the difficult terrain. They reached a small clearing, and Lao told them to rest. They were exhausted but relieved to have survived so far. As they rested, they heard the sound of rockets and gunfire in the distance. They knew they had to keep moving. Lao used his radio to contact the planes above, asking for a safe passage. They had to move through a heavily fortified area. Lao's daughter led them through the night. She seemed to know every step, avoiding traps and enemy patrols. Finally, they reached a safe zone where they could be picked up. The relief was overwhelming. They had made it through the night, thanks to Lao and his daughter. The American soldiers were grateful and amazed by their bravery and knowledge. As they waited for the helicopter to pick them up, they couldn't help but feel a deep respect for their guides. They had survived a night that seemed impossible, and it was all thanks to Lao and his remarkable daughter. That person said, "Do you have a radio? Let me radio for assistance?" So, they asked for his name. Once he provided his name, the Thai soldier turned pale. After a while, they asked for the unit name again, and when he said it was the making unit, the Thai soldier became even more shocked and then stepped back. There was one Thai soldier wearing a necklace made of rope threaded with several human ears. The person who answered about the unit name was also the one who eventually bowed down and said, "May you rest in peace, Sergeant." After that, the group of people disappeared. Now, this part happened after everyone was confused about what had occurred. The radio connection was almost established as they were trying to reach the hill to get a signal. This was the last incident I will recount. As they tried to contact with the radio, a sudden light like a flare illuminated the dense forest. It seemed like 1,000 candles worth of light. They heard noises like people shouting and gunfire for a moment, but then it went silent. The light had cut through the dense forest in a way that normally only an armored vehicle could do. The American soldiers seemed puzzled. They asked if the Thai soldiers knew what had happened below. The Americans expressed disbelief about the situation. One soldier said, "There really is something down there," confirming the fears. They decided to wait and observe. Eventually, they found bodies that had been severely mutilated, which didn't seem to be the result of gunfire or explosions. Some of the American soldiers were holding unexploded grenades. It was as if they had been attacked by something incredibly powerful and mysterious. One of the Thai soldiers explained that they had experienced similar supernatural phenomena and had charms for protection. This incident led them to believe more in the supernatural, although they had always been skeptical before. The Thai soldiers mentioned that their training emphasized never leaving a comrade behind, and they believed this strong bond was ingrained in their spirits. This might explain why they sometimes seemed invincible. I shared this story because, recently, at the special education school I work at, the topic of monsters came up. The children asked about different monsters from around the world. When they asked about Vietnam, I didn't know what to say. After some research, I discovered that Vietnam has its own folklore and creatures. This actually happened during the war. Has anyone seen it? So I went to look up information. There are 7 market telephone numbers. It seems like it could be some kind of creature that lives in the forest. It's already there. The doctor also speculated that it could be a wild person or a big monkey. It is very big and has been seen by both Americans and villagers. I'm not sure what it's called, but people who have seen it refer to it as Batugan. If it really exists, according to the stories, then this person had the chance to see more than anyone else. When the flare lit up, only one person saw it and could describe it as a large monkey that jumped up a tree immediately. It was so big that it could climb any tree. That's why today I'm sharing this story about the war. I can tell you, they weren't afraid of ghosts because all day and night. I haven't talked about this because the clip wasn't available initially. It was a sound clip with eerie sounds in the forest. Sometimes you could hear local songs. Sometimes cries like people wanting to go home. There was a voice in Vietnamese echoing in the forest, saying things like, "Mom, where are you?" It sounded like crying, which scared the 3 soldiers, Tai, Lao, and me. We heard it every night, especially last night. One soldier didn't believe in it at first, but he later heard it too. I tried to find a sound clip to show how terrifying the war sounds were. You can find clips of war sounds if you search. There's something called the wandering soul that's believed to be the ghostly echoes of the dead, used by the Americans in psychological operations to scare the enemy. The Americans used these sounds to haunt the Viet Cong hiding in underground tunnels, making them anxious. This was part of the psychological warfare, playing sounds of people wanting to go home. It's terrifying. If anyone wants to know how scary it was, you can search for the war sounds. The sound clips show how it affected the soldiers. One of the Thai soldiers wore a necklace made of human ears. It was a tactic to count the enemy's dead bodies since they couldn't count them all. The story I shared today was about a former soldier who fought in the Vietnam War, a war that happened decades ago. If you've watched documentaries, you'd know it was a brutal war. The battles took place in forests with soldiers from various units, each with their own beliefs. They brought charms and rituals for protection because just weapons weren't enough for peace of mind. The storyteller, Bird, shared how the soldiers believed in supernatural protections and used them to fight the enemy. Each soldier had their own methods and charms. Bird's grandfather was at the center of this story, with other characters involved. Each person had their own protective charms, making it hard to explain. There were strange creatures in the forest, not just in Vietnam, but in other places too. It's hard to prove their existence, but they are believed to be real. The story highlights how people's beliefs and charms protected them in war. Each character in the story had their own ways of dealing with the supernatural. The storyteller believed that these experiences were deeply etched in their memories. Elders often tell the same stories repeatedly because they made a lasting impression. Do you think it's deeply imprinted in their minds? I don't know if what happened to them is 100% true, or if it's just stories passed down. But I believe that since the grandchildren say they tell the same stories repeatedly, if they keep repeating it, it must be something deeply ingrained in their minds. When my grandfather was a young man, he served as a soldier during the Vietnam War. The story he told me was unlike any other war story I'd ever heard. It wasn't just about the horrors of battle, but something far more sinister, an encounter with the dead that he could never forget. This is his story. The year was 1968. Deep in the heart of the Vietnam War, my grandfather, David, along with 11 other soldiers, was part of a reconnaissance team tasked with patrolling a dense jungle area near the Cambodian border. The mission was simple on paper: 3 days and 2 nights of gathering intel on enemy movements, and then return to base. But as they prepared for the mission, there was an eerie tension in the air. David and his team gathered in their barracks, preparing for the journey ahead. The weather was hot and sticky, typical of the jungle, but that day, it felt heavier than usual. The humidity clung to their skin like a suffocating blanket, and even the insects seemed quieter than usual. It was as if the jungle itself knew something ominous was about to happen. Captain Reynolds, the squad leader, briefed the team. "We'll be setting up a base camp near the old village ruins, then moving further into the jungle to scout the area. Keep your eyes open. The locals have been talking about strange things happening out there. Just remember, our enemy is human, not ghosts. Stay focused." But David couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in his gut. The old village ruins, which the locals called Kuvuk by Bo Quen, translated to the Forgotten Zone, were said to be haunted. The villagers believed it to be cursed, and rumors spread about ghostly soldiers still patrolling its paths long after their death. These stories, dismissed as superstition, now weighed heavy on David's mind. They left the base at dawn, the sun barely peeking through the thick jungle canopy. The air was dense with the smell of wet earth and decaying foliage, and every footstep seemed to echo unnaturally loud in the stillness. The men moved cautiously, rifles at the ready, eyes scanning the jungle for any sign of movement. As they approached the ruins, the jungle seemed to swallow them whole. Towering trees blocked out most of the sunlight, leaving them in a strange, dim twilight even though it was midday. The village ruins were overgrown with vines and moss, crumbling stone buildings long abandoned to the jungle. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional call of distant animals or the rustle of leaves in the wind. "This place gives me the creeps," muttered Jackson, one of the younger soldiers. "Feels like we're not alone out here." David felt it too, like eyes were watching them from the shadows, though no one could be seen. It was more than just the typical paranoia of a soldier on edge. There was something wrong here. The air felt thick with unseen forces, and every instinct in David's body screamed that they were walking into danger. They set up camp just outside the ruins, their tents barely visible under the dense foliage. As night began to fall, the atmosphere grew even more unsettling. The jungle, usually alive with the sounds of insects and nocturnal animals, had gone eerily quiet. The only sounds were the occasional crack of a twig or the rustling of leaves in the distance, too far away to be human, but close enough to be heard. The men gathered around a small fire, the orange glow flickering against their tense faces. They exchanged nervous glances, none of them wanting to admit what they were all feeling, that something was wrong. "Hey, Reynolds," said Carter, one of the more experienced soldiers. "What's the deal with this place? Why do the locals avoid it?" Reynolds hesitated, poking the fire with a stick before speaking. "They say it's haunted. Soldiers who died here in the early days of the war, both American and Vietnamese, never left. The villagers claim they still patrol the jungle at night, reliving their final moments over and over again." The men shifted uncomfortably at the mention of ghosts. Though none of them believed in the supernatural, they couldn't deny the oppressive weight of the place. Even the fire seemed weaker here, as if the very air was draining its strength. "Well, I don't believe in ghosts," Jackson said, trying to sound brave, but his voice cracked slightly. "It's just stories. We've got a job to do." Reynolds nodded, though David noticed that even he looked uneasy. "Let's get some rest. Tomorrow, we move deeper into the jungle." That night, David lay in his tent, unable to sleep. The silence outside was suffocating, and the jungle seemed to press in on them from all sides. He stared up at the canvas roof of the tent, listening for any sound, any sign of movement. His mind kept replaying the stories he'd heard about this place, the ghost soldiers, the patrols that never returned. Then, just as he began to drift off, he heard a faint rustling sound, like footsteps moving through the underbrush. His heart pounded in his chest as he strained to listen. The sound was getting closer, too steady to be an animal. David grabbed his rifle and crept out of his tent, careful not to wake the others. In the dim light of the fire, he saw shadows moving in the trees. At first, he thought it was his imagination, but as his eyes adjusted, he realized there were figures, dozens of them, walking silently through the jungle. Their movements were slow, deliberate, and as they came closer, David's blood ran cold. They were soldiers, but not alive. Their uniforms were tattered, their skin pale and lifeless. Some had horrific wounds, gashes across their faces, missing limbs, yet they walked as if nothing was wrong. Their eyes were empty, staring straight ahead as they marched in formation through the jungle, unaware of David's presence. He watched in horror as they passed by, a silent parade of the dead. The stories were true. The ghosts of fallen soldiers still patrolled these jungles, trapped in an eternal march. David stumbled back into his tent, heart racing, unable to process what he had just seen. As he lay there, shaking, he knew that, whatever they had walked into, it was far more dangerous than any enemy they had ever faced. Tomorrow, they would have to venture deeper into the jungle, and David wasn't sure if any of them would make it out alive. Night settled in like a heavy fog, cloaking the jungle in darkness so thick it felt like they were at the bottom of a deep well. The small campfire in the center of the group cast weak, flickering light, barely reaching the surrounding trees, which loomed like silent sentinels in the oppressive blackness. The thick canopy above swallowed any trace of moonlight, leaving the men stranded in what felt like an impenetrable void. David sat by the fire, with his rifle cradled in his lap, scanning the trees for any movement. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig in the distance made him jump. The others were equally on edge. Jackson, one of the younger soldiers, paced nervously near the perimeter, his flashlight occasionally cutting through the thick darkness, though it seemed more a comfort than an effective tool. The jungle, which during the day had been alive with the constant hum of insects and the calls of birds, was now disturbingly quiet. It was as if every living creature had fled, leaving the jungle in complete, unnatural silence. Only the sound of their own breathing and the crackling fire broke the stillness. Carter, who had taken the first watch with David, spoke in a low voice. "There's something wrong with this place. I've been on 100 patrols, but this one, it doesn't feel right." David nodded, unable to shake the eerie feeling that had settled in his gut since the moment they arrived. "It's too quiet. I don't like it." As they sat there, the darkness seemed to press in closer, the air growing heavier, more stifling. Even the fire struggled to stay alight, the flames flickering weakly as if something was sucking the life out of them. It was as though the jungle itself was closing in, watching, waiting. Just then, a faint sound broke the silence. Footsteps soft, barely audible, but unmistakable. David tensed, his grip tightening on his rifle. The others froze, their eyes darting toward the sound. It came from the direction of the ruins, where earlier they had felt the presence of something unseen. "Do you hear that?" Jackson whispered, his voice barely a breath. David nodded, his pulse quickening. The footsteps grew louder, more distinct, as if someone or something was walking just beyond the edge of the camp. But there were no flashlights, no signs of human movement, just the steady, slow crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. Then, out of the corner of his eye, David saw a shadow moving between the trees, just at the edge of the firelight. His heart pounded in his chest as he squinted into the darkness. It was a figure, a man, but something was wrong. The way it moved was too stiff, too mechanical, like it wasn't fully in control of its own body. "Who's out there?" Carter hissed, raising his rifle. The figure didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge the question. It just kept moving closer, stepping into the dim light of the campfire. David's breath caught in his throat as he saw the figure clearly for the first time. It was a soldier, dressed in an old, tattered uniform, but his face it was pale, almost gray, and his eyes were wide, unblinking, with an emptiness that made David's blood run cold. "Jesus Christ," Jackson whispered, stepping back. "What the hell is that?" Before anyone could react, more figures began to emerge from the shadows, stepping silently into the light. They were all soldiers American, Vietnamese dressed in the uniforms of the dead. Some had gaping wounds, others were missing limbs, yet they moved with an eerie calm, as if they didn't even feel the injuries that should have killed them. Their hollow eyes stared straight ahead, devoid of any emotion or recognition. David's heart raced as he realized what they were seeing: the ghosts of the fallen, the lost souls of soldiers who had died here, still patrolling the jungle long after their bodies had rotted away. These weren't just spirits, they were trapped, reliving their final moments over and over again. Suddenly, the fire sputtered and nearly went out, plunging the camp into near total darkness. Panic surged through the men as they scrambled to relight it, their hands shaking, fear gripping them tightly. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping so fast that their breath came out in visible puffs. It felt like death itself was creeping toward them. "Get the fire going," Reynolds barked, his voice trembling as he fumbled with his lighter. "Keep them back." But the figures kept coming, silent and relentless, their dead eyes fixed on the soldiers huddled by the dying fire. Carter raised his rifle, aiming at the closest apparition, but David grabbed his arm. "No," David hissed, "don't shoot. It won't do anything. They're already dead." The figures stopped just outside the ring of light, standing motionless, their heads slowly turning as if they were surveying the living. One of them, an American soldier with half his face blown off, locked eyes with David. For a moment, everything else disappeared. It was just him and the dead man, staring at each other across the veil of life and death. David's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel something pulling at him, a cold, suffocating force that made it hard to breathe, as if the dead were trying to drag him into their world. His vision blurred, and for a terrifying moment, he thought he could hear voices, whispers in the wind, calling his name. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the figures turned and began to walk away, disappearing into the jungle's dense undergrowth. The sound of their footsteps slowly faded, and the oppressive weight in the air lifted slightly, though the fear lingered like a thick fog. No one spoke for a long time. The fire finally roared back to life, casting an uneasy glow over the camp, but the men remained on edge, their eyes darting to the jungle, half expecting the dead soldiers to return at any moment. David sat back down, his hands shaking, his mind racing. They still had 2 more nights out here, and he wasn't sure if any of them would survive it. The hours of the night stretched on, and with each passing minute, the weight of the jungle seemed to grow heavier. The once vibrant sounds of the wilderness were swallowed by an eerie, oppressive silence that gnawed at the nerves of every man. Despite the brief, chilling encounter earlier, the night dragged into the deepest hours, where fatigue began to take hold. David and Carter sat by the fire, eyes wide open, unable to shake off the memory of those hollow-eyed soldiers' ghosts from a war long past. The other men, exhausted but terrified, took turns trying to sleep, though most couldn't close their eyes without reliving what they'd seen. Jackson, who was assigned to take the next watch, shifted uncomfortably near the edge of the clearing, his flashlight tracing the dark tree line. "I hate this place," he muttered. his voice barely above a whisper. David, still gripping his rifle, glanced toward him, noticing how pale Jackson looked. "Just hang in there," he said, trying to sound calm, but even he could feel the icy grip of fear tightening around his throat. The fire crackled softly, casting long shadows that danced and flickered among the trees. But no matter how warm the flames were, the cold of the jungle pressed in. It wasn't a natural cold, it was something else, something deeper. A chill that came from the presence of things unseen. The hours crawled by, and slowly, the fire began to die down. The men huddled closer together, trying to stay warm, trying to stay sane. But even as they tried to keep their spirits up, there was an undeniable sense that something was still out there, watching them from the darkness. David's heart raced with every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves. His senses were heightened, and the jungle felt like it was breathing around them. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he glanced towards the tree line, half expecting the dead soldiers to return. And then it happened. A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, so strong that it nearly put out the fire. The jungle around them seemed to come alive with movement, branches shaking, leaves rustling, but no animal sounds, no voices, nothing but the whisper of the wind. Jackson froze, his flashlight beam suddenly flickering wildly. "Did you see that?" he whispered urgently. David looked toward where Jackson was pointing, and his heart skipped a beat. In the dim light of the flashlight, something moved just beyond the trees. It wasn't clear, just a shadow too fast to identify, too fleeting to catch, but it was there, lurking. "What was it?" Carter asked, standing up and gripping his weapon tightly. "I don't know," Jackson stammered. "It was something big. It moved fast." The men scrambled to their feet, rifles raised, eyes scanning the dark. But the shadow was gone, swallowed by the jungle. The fire, now weak and low, barely provided any light. David felt his stomach drop as a low, distant sound reached their ears. At first, it was hard to make out, but it grew louder, a rhythmic thumping, like footsteps. It wasn't coming from just one direction, it seemed to surround them, coming from the jungle itself. "Everyone, stay sharp," David ordered, trying to keep his voice steady. The men spread out, forming a defensive circle, rifles pointing into the trees. Then, out of the corner of his eye, David saw it again. A figure moving through the trees, slow and deliberate, but this time, it wasn't alone. More shadows began to emerge, moving toward the camp in eerie silence. There were at least a dozen of them, their forms barely visible in the dim light. David's pulse quickened. He knew they weren't alive. These weren't soldiers of the living, but of the dead. The figures came closer, and as they stepped into the edge of the firelight, David could see them clearly. They were soldiers, some dressed in the tattered remnants of American uniforms, others in the garb of the Vietnamese. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes hollow. But what was most disturbing was the way they moved, slow, methodical, like they were on patrol, were living the same mission they had died on. "No way," Reynolds muttered under his breath, his rifle shaking in his hands. "Not again." The dead soldiers walked past them, completely ignoring the living men as if they weren't even there. One by one, they marched into the clearing, their boots silent on the dirt, their eyes staring straight ahead at nothing. David held his breath, his heart pounding in his chest. The dead soldiers were close enough to touch, but none of the living dared move. It was as if the very act of acknowledging the spirits might break the fragile boundary between their world and the afterlife. The air grew colder, the fire now barely more than embers. David could feel the icy grip of fear tightening around him, his body frozen in place. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the dead soldiers began to fade, their forms dissolving into the shadows once more. But the jungle was not done with them yet. Just as the last figure disappeared into the night, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, a scream that seemed to come from everywhere, and nowhere all at once. It was a sound of pure agony, the kind of scream that could only come from someone or something that had experienced unimaginable pain. David spun around, trying to locate the source of the scream, but the jungle remained still, silent once more. The men exchanged horrified glances, their faces pale with fear. What the hell was that? Carter whispered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of his heart. I don't know, David replied, his voice trembling. But whatever it is, it's not done with us. The jungle closed in around them, the darkness thickening, and the men could feel the presence of something far more malevolent than just the ghosts of dead soldiers. Something ancient, something that had been waiting for them, and it was watching. The oppressive silence after the scream felt unbearable. The jungle, once alive with the soft hum of insects and rustling leaves, was now deathly quiet. Every soldier's breath was shallow, every movement slow and calculated. David could feel the weight of the night pressing down on him, like invisible hands wrapping around his chest, squeezing. What do we do? Dave, Carter whispered, his eyes darting nervously around the clearing. He wasn't alone in his fear. Every man in the patrol was now on edge, gripped by the tension of the unknown. David swallowed hard, the cold sweat beading on his forehead. We stay together, he said firmly, his voice just loud enough for the others to hear. No one goes off alone. We hold this position until dawn. But deep down, David wasn't sure they would make it that long. The presence in the jungle felt malicious, like something ancient had awakened, and it was drawn to them. It wasn't just the ghosts of fallen soldiers haunting this place. Something far worse lurked in the shadows, watching, waiting. The fire had all but died, leaving only faint embers glowing in the dirt. The men huddled together, backs to one another, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The air was thick with dread, and the feeling of being watched had only intensified since the ghostly patrol had passed. Jackson, still standing near the edge of the clearing, strained his ears. Do you hear that? He asked, his voice barely audible. David listened, at first hearing nothing but the pounding of his own heart. But then, faintly, there it was again, the rhythmic thumping they had heard earlier, like distant footsteps, only now it was accompanied by a low, guttural growl. It wasn't the sound of men marching. This was something else entirely. David's grip tightened on his rifle. Get ready. Suddenly, the tree line burst to life. Dark shapes darted between the trees, too fast to track. The growl grew louder, more distinct, a deep rumble that shook the ground beneath their feet. The soldiers scrambled to position themselves, rifles raised and aimed at the unseen enemy. Show yourself, Carter yelled, his voice trembling as he scanned the darkness. But instead of a direct assault, the figures remained in the shadows, circling them, closing in slowly. The growling grew closer, and for the first time, David saw something, a glint of eyes, reflecting the faint light of the embers. They were not human. A shape moved forward, stepping into the clearing. It was large, hunched, and covered in matted fur. Its eyes gleamed in the darkness, glowing with an unnatural light. The creature resembled a wolf, but stood upright, its limbs twisted and elongated. It snarled, revealing rows of sharp, yellowed teeth, saliva dripping from its maw. Oh, God, Reynolds muttered under his breath, stumbling backward. David raised his rifle, heart racing, opened fire. The night erupted in gunfire, the sound of bullets tearing through the jungle. The creature let out a deafening roar and lunged at them, moving faster than any of the men could anticipate. It slammed into Jackson, sending him sprawling to the ground. His scream was cut short as the beast's claws tore into him. Jackson, David yelled, but there was no time to help. The other soldiers opened fire, bullets whizzing through the air, but the creature barely flinched. The men fell back, panic setting in as more creatures appeared from the shadows. There were at least 3 of them, each more monstrous than the last, their eyes glowing in the darkness. They moved like predators, circling their prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. David fired again, aiming for the closest one, but his bullets seemed to have little effect. "What the hell are these things?" he shouted, backing toward the center of the clearing. "They're not human," Carter screamed, barely holding his rifle steady. Reynolds, panting heavily, fumbled with his ammunition. "We need to get out of here. We can't stay here." But there was nowhere to run. The jungle was alive with the sounds of the creatures, their growls and roars echoing through the trees. David knew that if they ran, they would be picked off one by one. Their only chance was to stand and fight, no matter how slim that chance was. Suddenly, the largest of the creatures lunged at David. He barely had time to react, diving out of the way as its massive claws slashed through the air where he had just stood. The beast snarled, turning its glowing eyes toward him, and David felt a wave of terror wash over him. It was then that he realized these weren't ordinary predators. They were something older, something primal. The jungle had harbored these creatures for centuries, and now, in the dead of night, they had come to claim the souls of anyone who dared enter their domain. Another roar ripped through the night, and one of the creatures leapt into the air, crashing into Carter. He screamed as the beast dragged him into the trees, his cries fading into the distance. "Carter!" David shouted, but it was too late. The jungle swallowed him whole. The remaining soldiers fired wildly into the darkness, but their desperation was palpable. The beasts were relentless, their attacks calculated and precise. The men were no match for them. "We can't stay here." Reynolds yelled, his face pale with fear. "We have to retreat." David's mind raced. Retreat meant exposing their backs to the creatures, but staying meant certain death. He glanced at the remaining men, their faces filled with terror, their breaths ragged. "Fall back," David shouted, making the decision. "We'll regroup at the outpost." The soldiers scrambled to their feet, moving quickly toward the path they had come from. The creatures howled in fury, chasing them through the trees, their glowing eyes never leaving the fleeing patrol. The jungle blurred around them as they ran, the ground uneven and treacherous. David's heart pounded in his chest as he pushed forward, barely able to keep up with the others. The roars of the beasts grew louder, closer. Just when David thought they wouldn't make it, they burst through the trees and into a small clearing. The old watchtower stood at the center, its structure crumbling but still standing. It was their last refuge. The men stumbled inside, slamming the door behind them. The creatures roared outside, clawing at the walls, their fury palpable. For now, they were safe, but David knew the night was far from over. The watchtower creaked as the wind howled outside, carrying the roars and growls of the creatures hunting them. Inside, the remaining soldiers huddled together, their breath coming in ragged gasps, their rifles still clutched tightly in trembling hands. The wooden walls of the tower felt fragile, as if they would shatter under the relentless assault of the beasts. David, his back pressed against the cold, splintered wall, tried to steady his breathing. His mind raced, replaying the events of the night Jackson, Carter, and the others taken by the monsters that roamed the jungle. The weight of their loss hung heavily on him, but there was no time to mourn. Survival was all that mattered now. Reynolds paced back and forth, his eyes wide with panic. "We can't stay here. Those things will tear this place apart. We need to find a way out." David glanced at the barricaded door, the growls and scratching from the other side growing louder. "Out where? We're surrounded. If we run, they'll pick us off one by one." "Then what?" Reynolds snapped, his voice rising. "We sit here and wait for them to break through. We're dead either way." "Calm down," David ordered, though the fear in his own voice was hard to suppress. He scanned the small room, looking for anything that could help them. The watchtower was old, abandoned long ago by whatever forces once controlled the area. Dusty crates lined the walls, filled with nothing but rotting supplies and rusted equipment. The tower shuddered as something massive slammed against the outside wall. The soldiers jumped, eyes wide, as the creatures let out a low, menacing growl. Whatever they were intelligent, taunting their prey, waiting for the right moment to strike. Reynolds is right, Carter, who was barely holding himself together, muttered under his breath. We can't stay here all night. They'll get in eventually. David thought quickly. There's one more option, he said, voice low but resolute. The tunnel system below the tower. I remember hearing about it. The old Viet Cong used it during the war. It might lead us far enough away from this area to escape. Reynolds blinked, hope flickering in his eyes. You're serious. There's an exit. If the tunnels are still intact, David said, but it's a gamble. A series of loud bangs reverberated through the wooden walls, each one shaking the fragile structure. The beasts were getting more aggressive, testing the tower's defenses. We don't have much time, David said, already moving toward the floorboards in the center of the room. Help me lift this up. Together, the remaining soldiers pried open the rotting boards, revealing a narrow entrance leading down into the darkness below. A foul, musty smell wafted up from the tunnel, but it was their only chance. One at a time, David ordered, lowering himself into the opening. His feet touched the cold, damp earth below, and he clicked on a flashlight, illuminating the narrow passage. The tunnel walls were made of crumbling brick and dirt, slick with moisture, but it stretched forward into the unknown. The others followed quickly, one by one descending into the tunnel. Just as the last man was inside, a deafening crash echoed from above. The beasts had broken through. Hurry, David urged, motioning for the men to follow. He led the way down the tunnel, their footsteps echoing through the confined space. The air was thick, filled with the scent of decay and mildew. The deeper they went, the more the jungle seemed to close in around them. For what felt like hours, they moved through the winding passage, their nerves fraying with each step. Every sound, every gust of wind seemed to carry the creature's growls with it. David could feel the weight of the jungle pressing down, the spirits of the fallen soldiers still lingering, their anger palpable. We're being followed, Carter whispered, glancing over his shoulder. The tunnel behind them was pitch black, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. David stopped, listening intently. There, in the distance, faint but growing closer, the same rhythmic thumping they had heard before, like footsteps in the dark. The creatures were not far behind. Keep moving, David said, pushing forward. We're almost out of here. But the further they went, the stranger the tunnel became. The walls seemed to pulse, as if alive, the bricks shifting in the dim light of the flashlight. Shadows danced on the edges of their vision, fleeting figures that vanished when they turned to look. Then, they came to an abrupt stop. The tunnel had collapsed ahead, the exit blocked by tons of dirt and debris. No, Reynolds muttered, his voice barely a whisper. No, no, no. We're trapped, one of the others said, panic rising in his voice. What now, Dave? David's mind raced. He looked back the way they had come. The growls were closer now, the creatures closing in on their position. We can still fight them off, he said, gripping his rifle tightly. Set up here. Watch both directions. We hold our ground. As the men prepared for what seemed like their last stand, the tunnel around them grew colder. A chill ran down David's spine as he heard a faint, ghostly whisper. It was a voice human, but distant. Don't stay here. David whipped his flashlight around, searching for the source of the voice, but there was no one there. Did you hear that? He asked, his breath quickening. Reynolds nodded, his face pale. Yeah, what the hell is that? Before anyone could respond, the tunnel filled with a cacophony of eerie whispers, like the voices of the dead, swirling around them. The air grew thick with the smell of blood and decay. David, Carter said, his voice barely audible. "I don't think it's just those creatures. This place, it's cursed." David knew he was right. The jungle had claimed the lives of countless soldiers during the war, and their spirits had never left. Now, they were trapped in a place where the living and the dead were intertwined, and there was no escape. "Prepare yourselves," David said, his voice grim. "Whatever's coming, we face it together." And then, from the darkness, the glowing eyes of the creatures appeared, closing in on their position. The tunnel walls seemed to close in, the air growing thick and oppressive as the glowing eyes of the creatures edged closer. David could feel his heart pounding in his chest as the weight of death pressed against them from all sides. The beasts growled low, the sound reverberating through the earth beneath their feet, shaking the walls with an unnatural force. David took a deep breath, raising his rifle, and whispered to the men, "This is it. We make our stand here. Hold your ground." Reynolds, Carter, and the rest of the squad tightened their grips on their weapons, forming a defensive line. The tunnel felt like a tomb now, with no way forward and no way back. They were surrounded by the unseen presence of the jungle's forgotten dead and the snarling creatures stalking them in the dark. The shadows writhed and twisted, distorting the walls as if the jungle itself was alive, moving around them. Cold whispers echoed in the air, barely audible over the growls. David's flashlight flickered, casting brief, haunting glimpses of the creatures. They were closer now, hulking figures with eyes glowing like embers, their massive forms barely distinguishable in the darkness. David could feel his hands trembling, but he steadied himself, aiming at the nearest pair of glowing eyes. "Wait for it," he muttered under his breath. "Wait for the right moment." The tension was unbearable, the stench of decay thick in the air, suffocating. Then, without warning, one of the creatures lunged from the darkness, its jaws wide and eyes burning with an unnatural fury. David squeezed the trigger, the gunshot deafening in the confined space. The beast recoiled, letting out a guttural howl as it fell to the ground, writhing in pain. "Fire!" David shouted, and the tunnel erupted in a hail of gunfire. The men unloaded their magazines, shooting at every glowing set of eyes they could see. The creatures howled and snarled, their massive forms thrashing in the dark, but they kept coming. Suddenly, Carter screamed, "Behind us, they're coming from the rear." David whipped around, his stomach dropping. Another group of creatures had emerged from the tunnel behind them, their glowing eyes flickering in the darkness as they closed in. "We're surrounded?" Reynolds yelled, firing blindly into the mass of approaching beasts. The men were caught in the middle, with no escape. The creatures were relentless, their massive claws raking across the ground as they charged. One of the soldiers was dragged into the shadows, his screams cut short by a sickening crunch. David's mind raced. The tunnel was collapsing around them, the walls vibrating as if something ancient and evil was awakening beneath the earth. He could hear the voices again, those whispers, now louder, pleading and warning them to leave, but there was no way out. "Hold the line," David shouted, but the words felt hollow. The squad was being torn apart, their defensive position crumbling under the weight of the supernatural onslaught. Then, something shifted, the air grew colder, and the shadows deepened. The creatures paused for a moment, their growls fading into low murmurs as if they, too, could feel the change. The tunnel itself seemed to groan, the bricks and dirt shifting unnaturally. Suddenly, the ghostly whispers grew louder, and the temperature plummeted. It felt as if a presence was rising from the earth itself, something far more ancient and powerful than the creatures haunting them. The men were frozen in place, unable to comprehend what was happening. From the depths of the tunnel, a figure appeared, ethereal and faint, like a wisp of smoke. It was the spirit of a soldier, long dead, his eyes hollow but filled with a deep sorrow. His presence was overwhelming, and the creatures backed away, growling in fear. The ghostly figure spoke in a voice that echoed through the tunnel, sounding both distant and near. "This land is cursed. You must leave." David could barely breathe as he watched the spectral soldier approach. "We can't," he stammered. "There's no way out." The ghost looked at him, his face etched with pain and suffering. "There is one way, but it requires a sacrifice." David felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean?" The ghost's hollow eyes bored into him. "One of you must stay behind. Only then can the others leave this place." The remaining soldiers exchanged horrified glances. The growls of the creatures grew louder again, their patience wearing thin. Time was running out. "No," Reynolds muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. "We're not leaving anyone behind." "We have no choice," Carter shouted, his voice filled with panic. "It's the only way." David clenched his fists, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. He looked at the men, his comrades, his friends, and knew that one of them would have to make the ultimate sacrifice if they were to survive. "I'll do it," David said quietly, his voice barely audible over the chaos. The men stared at him in shock. "No, David," Reynolds said, stepping forward. "You can't." David shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. "It's my responsibility. I led us here. I'll be the one to stay." The ghostly figure nodded, acknowledging David's decision. The creatures growled, inching closer, their patience wearing thin. The men could feel the presence of death all around them. "Go," David said, his voice firm. "Get out of here while you still can." The remaining soldiers hesitated for a moment, but they knew there was no other way. One by one, they turned and fled down the tunnel, following the path the ghost had revealed. David watched them go, his heart heavy but resolute. As the last soldier disappeared into the darkness, David turned to face the creatures. The ghostly figure stood beside him, its presence a cold comfort. "You will be remembered," the ghost said softly, before vanishing into the mist. David stood alone, the growls of the creatures echoing all around him. He raised his rifle one last time, knowing that this was the end. But he would not go down without a fight. And then, the tunnel collapsed, sealing his fate beneath the earth forever. If you enjoyed today's story, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel, Mystical Tales, so you won't miss out on more eerie and thrilling tales in the future. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.